Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting. Today is September 23rd. However, this meeting was scheduled for September 9th and was postponed till today. We postponed it for staff the opportunity to gather some information more information from a lot of questions that were being raised. So the decision was made to postpone it until today. So with that, I will call the meeting to order at 5:02 and ask the clerk for the roll call, please.
Mayor Sidney.
Present.
Reeve Emo.
Present.
Councillor Legree.
Present.
Councillor McWhorter.
Present.
Councillor McDonald.
Present.
Councillor Cebulski.
Present.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Present.
Mayor Sidney, we do have quorum.
Thank you. As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all of the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Can I please have you stand for O Canada? Any declaration of interest? Hearing and seeing none. There's no public, no delegations, no presentations. Any announcements or community events? Councillor Legree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I just have two quick things. The first one is they're still looking for volunteers for the Craft Beer and Truck Festival on October 4th. I want to thank Zora's Family Funeral Home for sponsoring the event. And if you're free to volunteer, you can contact Janine. Also, this year they're going to be selling these mugs right here, and they go on sale tomorrow at the MyFM Center for $12 each. And then my last thing is I just want to let the public know that I attended AMO, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario conference, from August 16th to the 20th. Over the 4 days, I attended breakfast and lunch networking and learning meetings. I also attended a number of programs. Visited the trade show where I had lots of conversation with suppliers, and attended 2 delegations for the town. The first delegation was for a contract extension for Renfrew power generation. It was a joint delegation with Boncher Valley Township and Mississippi Mills with the Associate Minister of Energy. The delegation was to get a contract extension until 2035. Currently our contract ends at 2029. But Renfrew Power Generation is debt until the end of 2035. The new small hydro program contract will see roughly a 45% decrease from the current contract and about $1.3 million loss annually. Even though we didn't get anything in stone, we did get a commitment to work with the 3 municipalities to come to a solution. And they were I want to thank Mayor Murphy and CEO Gilchrist from Boncher Valley Township for being the leaders on this delegation. The second delegation was with the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks. And this delegation was for the change in the blue box pickup starting in January. Many small businesses, community facilities and non-profit organizations will lose blue box service as of January 1st. So if you, as an example, if you order lunch in a recyclable container at work and eat it, you can't recycle a container. But if you decide to eat that lunch at home and take the container home, you can actually recycle it there. this just doesn't make sense. I know there's been some ongoing changes with how this will work, so hopefully this message is getting through. With that, in the absence of Mayor Sidney, I also want to thank CEO Raybone for stepping in at the last minute to come down and help me with both delegations. And I also want to kind of call out Amanda Springer behind me. I've been in lots of delegations, but I've never had staff actually comment on a staff member from the town saying how, you know, well, she's invested in this and she's full support. So that was nice to see. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcement? Councillor Zabolski?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Just quickly touch on the NHL Museum. They've had a little bit of a transition, and they're working hard towards updating their social platforms. So just giving the opportunity for everyone to realize that there's a Facebook and Instagram social platform out there that they're working hard, and if anyone wants to jump on, give them some support. There's even a QR code that's available now, which helps link to to their social platforms. So try and give them the local support they deserve. So, thank you.
Thanks. Anything else? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I'm seeking Council's permission to move an item from later in the agenda up for immediate discussion, specifically item M for notice of motions. As there were no notice previously provided on the 9th of September 2025 agenda, I'm requesting I have 3 motions to be brought forth.
So does council have any issues with that? To move that up? Councillor Gray?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I have 2 motions I'd like to move up to. If we're doing them at the beginning, I'd move mine up too. I don't know if I have to do it separate or...
No, we'll just move the whole thing up if council's in agreement. Councillor Grace? Okay.
Yeah, just to follow through, Mayor, through you to the clerk. I've sent you, the clerk, the 3 motions. How do you want to proceed with this? Do you want to input it, or do you want me to read it first and then go from there?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. To your point, because these motions were not previously circulated with the agenda, they were not circulated with the agenda. Therefore, we will need to suspend the rules of procedure to allow them on the table, either as notices of motion to discuss at an upcoming meeting, or if council's wishing to discuss them tonight, then to make that intent known.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the clerk, I'd like to make a motion then to suspend the rules so we can go directly to the 3 motions.
Do we have a seconder for that?
Wait. Oh.
Sorry, what?
Do you want, through you, Mayor Sidney?
Okay.
Do you want wording on that, or that's the wording you want? Okay.
I'll let you look after the wording. Thank you.
Okay. Just 1 second. Through you, Mayor Sidney, just for simplicity, may I suggest that the Renfrew Town Council suspend the rules of procedures outlined in the town's procedural bylaw 44-2025 for the purpose of permitting the introduction of 5 motions? 3.
You have 2.
5 motions. 5 motions that were not previously circulated with the agenda and fall outside of the requested 48-hour notice period, and further that council consider the motions during the current meeting.
So that's Councillor McDonald move that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor McWhirter? Any discussion? Review?
Just so I'm clear, are these notice of motions, or are we actually going to discuss the motions? My impression is notice of motions, 5 of them, or do we actually have motions that we have to discuss? That's all. I just need the clarity.
So if it's notice of motions, we can't discuss it, and if it's suspended rules to make them a motion, then we can discuss it.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, my 3 will be motions to discuss.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I think the wording that was put forward was that introduction of motions, 5 between the 2, and that council consider the motions during the current meeting. If that, does that through you to Revimo. Does that clarify?
All right, so all in favor of suspending the rules? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So we'll move on to Councillor McDonald's first motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the clerk. Do you want me to read out the first motion? Okay, thank you. Motion 1, that the Chief Administrative Officer provide each member of the Council with hard copies of all legal advice, opinions, correspondence, documentation, and written notes requested, received, or prepared in relation to strong mayor powers. This shall include, but not limited to, matters concerning staffing, service levels, organizational structure, recruitment and dismissal of staff, budget and financial issues, and implementation or procedural matters. Further, that this material be delivered in a hard copy package directly to individual council members outside of the context of any open or closed council meeting, with no restrictions on access or limitations regarding timing and availability for council's review. That's the first motion, and I have background. It goes to the vote first, so.
So, Councillor McDonald, are you moving that? Yes. Seconder? Councillor Legree? Any questions? Review?
You mentioned legal opinions. I think you asked for legal opinions? Yes. Okay. I would be comfortable if that was a little more nuanced, because I'm not... I don't know how many legal opinions have been asked for, and I don't know what the exact content of them. So is there a way of nuancing that a little bit? Is there something specific you're asking for in the legal opinion? If it's the legal underpinning of the strong mayors, or are you asking for a legal opinion about how to use it, or are you ask, like, that's all I'm asking, just trying to sort it out.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you to the Reeve. Basically, whatever our organization, in terms of the town, has received with regard to the legal opinions.
Okay, I've never seen them, so I'm just trying to be cautious. So.
Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, just on a procedural question to Councillor McDonald. As some information may fall within our confidentiality clause and procedural bylaw, I would just need to verify and ensure that some information may be disclosed to council, but it may need to be done in a closed meeting session. So.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to the clerk. And as we get to those issues, we can deal with them in a timely manner. Thank you. I do have some background, Mayor. It's okay to proceed. First, I want to acknowledge that Council has received some training with regard to the strong mayor powers that have come into effect earlier this year. However, one of the main concerns, even with the specialists that has educated us, is that there is much uncertainty and gray areas left for interpretation. Second, we have a mayor who stated he would not use it, but has moved ahead anyway with this new power in some instances. Third, staff are using the strong mayor powers as rationale and justification for the decision making, and rightly so. Therefore, I want to have a fulsome understanding of what information is being utilized to further this, and again, this is my opinion, this new extreme undemocratic power. So that's my rationale behind wanting to access all the information. Thank you.
Any questions? Any comments? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you and to the clerk, do you want me to proceed with the second motion? Thank you. Second one is that the Chief Administrative Officer provides Council with a comprehensive written and verbal update on all staff-related investigations and disciplinary actions, whether ongoing or concluded, that have occurred or are currently underway since January 2025, including a summary of the nature, status, and outcomes. Further, that this will take place in a closed Council meeting, and that such updates be provided to Council on a quarterly basis going forward, or sooner if circumstances warrant. So that's the second motion, and I do have background when required.
So moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Andrew Dick. Any discussion? Do you want to do the background?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. This is my opinion. I'm frustrated with what I feel is minimal communication flow from the Mayor's office and from the CAO's office. Dealing specifically with HR issues, it's critical for any organization to be up to speed, and I've approached our HR liaison, and they have limited information. So somewhere along the lines, we need to correct this organizational issue. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Any questions? Comments? Hearing and seeing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor, for the third one, and I'll go ahead and read it. That the Mayor, Tom Sidney, and the Chief Administrative Officer, Gloria Rayburn, immediately provide Council with a detailed explanation regarding the rationale, the timelines, and who assisted with this decision-making for the cancellation / postponement, I might have the wrong wording, of the regularly scheduled Council meeting of Tuesday, September 9th, 2025, and that Council be given the opportunity to ask related questions to the Mayor and the CAO immediately.
Moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Legree. All right. Any questions? Revimo?
Just one, through your worship, is the intent immediately meeting today, or is the intent to schedule a meeting?
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor, through you to the Reeve. In terms of timeliness, I think it would be appropriate to have it right now, and I have some background I'd like to deal with if we do move forward. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mayor. Thank you. With regard to this motion, motion number 3. So the timelines regarding this motion are, on Monday the 8th of September, Councillor Sobalski posted a Facebook interacting with his constituents. Regular questions that were his pre-notes and thoughts about our next council meeting, which was the next day. Councillor Sobalski, I personally thought they were normal observations and questions that would be asked in our normal council session. I'm not on social media, but thought you had a great idea with your engagement of the public, so I want to let you know that. On Tuesday, the 9th of September, with 4 hours to go to a regular meeting, Mayor Tom Sidney cancelled it. And I have questions that I'll just throw it as I go through the narrative. My question is why and who gave the input for this decision-making? I'm curious as to, was there any communications with councillors? Was there any communication with directors? This action jeopardized decisions that needed to be made that night to ensure timely action. My opinion is that it appeared to be a knee-jerk reaction to a problem that didn't exist. Further, on Thursday, the 11th of September, Council was reminded again with regard to a Council Code of Conduct as we move forward to navigate these discussions. My issue is that there weren't any discussions taking place. At no time was I consulted with regard to prior or after with regard to this decision-making. The background, the Mayor's rationale for cancelling the previous meeting was staff-related. I would like him to elaborate which staff was not prepared and where did he get this information from. I know I wasn't contacted prior to the cancellation of this member, and I don't know if any other council members were. And Mike, I'm curious if you did talk to any directors, or again, where this information come from. I'm also curious as to what threshold do you utilize for this decision-making? Again, there was only 4 hours to the meeting, and there was nothing as far as I can determine that indicated an emergency. Coincidentally, tonight we're going to be dealing with another subject with regard to budgetary quick meetings. And in the package, E71 for the September 23rd package, it quotes in there, if questions arise during this process that the departments do not have the information with them, they will note down and the responses will be sent out by a CAO to all council following that session. This is what normally takes place with all council meetings, and to postpone or cancel the previous one, I still don't understand what the threshold was, so I'm looking for that. So my questions are to the Mayor and the CAO. Did any directors approach you to advise you that they were not ready for the meeting, and who gave the input to cancel this meeting? Number 2, to the Mayor or the CAO, do you have faith or have issues with staff level to do their job? And did you reach out to any councillors to resolve this? And I do have a question for the CAO. Are you being directed, or are you being directed to watch the communication flow with regard to councillors? Because again, I'm extremely disappointed with the lack of what I see communication flow coming from the Mayor's office and from the CAO, and that's my opinion. So those are my questions and the background to this motion coming forth.
Any questions? Any comments? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So just to clarify, Mayor Sidney, are you yourself and CAO going to respond to these questions tonight? If not, was that your intent, Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. That was my intent, but if you have another option.
No, I think that's a great idea. I do have some questions. I just have some comments myself. Regarding the postponement of the meeting, I too was disappointed that there was items on the agenda that have been over a year in the making happening, and when it was postponed, it was another 2 weeks put off. I would like to also, my concern is I did read Councillor Sobolski's Facebook post too, and it was just a preamble of what he was going to do that night. And then all of a sudden there was questions being raised. Well, my concern is who was raising these questions? Because I know I wasn't contacted about any questions that I had. And so I'm confused at the fact that this happened and it was postponed. And I did not know this was coming up tonight. And if I did know it was coming up tonight, I know I looked at the procedural bylaw, and from what I read and my interpretation of it, it was we went against our own bylaws in postponing that meeting. Regardless, I'm very interested to see the answers here. I want to know who made the decision. Was it you, Mayor Sidney, who said, you know what, there's questions being raised? Well, who's raising these questions? That's my biggest thing. So just a comment, not happy that it happened, and I just wanted to make that known. So thank you.
Questions or comments? Hearing none. Reeve?
If this goes forward, could I suggest that the mayor and the CAO caucus for about 5 minutes just to make sure that they understand how much they can say without identifying people, identifying members of council, or identifying staff, because they're going to be very careful, frankly. So I'm not saying run off and make up a story. I'm just saying, they need to understand the rules so that they don't give out information they shouldn't. That's all.
So, Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So I just like, with all due respect, Reeve, I'd just like some clarification on that. So I'm confused, just like the taxpayers of this town are confused on why this was postponed. And are we trying to protect councillors? Are we trying to protect staff? Are we trying to protect taxpayers? This is where I'm confused, because I think Councillor McDonald makes a really good point in his statement. He says, was staff not prepared for whatever? Was it, we don't know if it was this, or we don't know if it was this? Because from my understanding how council works is council's the one that asks the questions. So we come to a meeting and we represent the taxpayers and we ask the questions on their behalf. And if staff, and it's happened in the past and it's okay, if they don't have that answer, then, sorry, I should be looking at you, Mayor Sidney, and my apologies. And if we don't have those, if staff doesn't have those answers, there's been many cases where they've said, you know what, we don't have that. Is it okay if we get back to you? Absolutely, it's okay. So that's where I'm confused, Mayor Sidney. So just maybe if Revimo can give us a little more explanation. And protecting is not the right word, but you understand what I'm saying, Mayor Sidney. Thank you.
Reeve?
So we all have a duty to that fuzzy thing called the corporation. So we cannot unduly put it at risk of any kind of a lawsuit, or, and I hate to use that word, or any kind of legal action that slows down our operations. So that's all I'm saying, is just to make sure that they know what words they're using, they understand the words and the context, and non-identifiable information, because I don't know. I wasn't part of the decision-making chain. I have been in situations before in roles similar where someone has come to me with a concern about something, and you had to work it through a meeting with somebody, or a series of meetings. So I don't know what's going on, but all I'm saying is just be cautious. That's all.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. So to your point, Reeve, you'd like to have a 5-minute recess. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I'm suggesting that 5 minutes or whatever, just so that they understand the boundaries of what they can disclose, as non-identifying as possible, given if it involves staff or it involves a member of the public, until we know more about it. I think they have to tread softly, but I'm not opposed to hearing it. I'm just worried about the guardrails, that's all.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I have no issue with that if the rest of council is okay with it.
Any other discussion? Is council okay with the 5-minute recess? Show of hands, maybe? Opposed to it? Okay. So we will take a 5-minute recess. Any more discussion on this, though? We just have to, all in favor?
For the recess.
Yeah, so
Yes, correct.
for the motion, all in favor for the motion? Opposed? Okay, the motion's carried. Now, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We will convene back at 5:35. How's that? Welcome back. Just to go into the answering of the questions, I'm going to have the CAO go first because it does have to do with some things that are in her department first. So I'll turn it over to her.
So through you, Mayor, some of those questions that were raised are ones that cannot actually be answered in a public forum. Anything in relation to performance of staff is a closed session matter. There were identifiable individuals named, and so no names can be discussed in an open session. They would have to also be done in closed. In regards to the matters and questions and concerns that had been brought forward, they stemmed out of the post from Councillor Cebulski, and then through the public's comments across the various places in which that post had been shared, as it was shared in more than one location. And there were comments across the various locations with several questions. The concerns brought forward by identifiable individuals, which I cannot name in an open session, would have to be discussed in closed. Were discussed in a meeting between the mayor and myself for about an hour and a half about how to address the concerns and questions brought forward from those individuals. And it was deemed appropriate at the time for the information to be provided in a written format attached to the agenda for record's sake.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the CAO. Thank you for acknowledging it had to do with Councillor Cebulski's post. Again, do you have any problems with this post? Because I don't, and I don't think a lot of people who have read it had any issues. What I'm concerned about is you expressed a comment about public comments. Do we have public comments on all different social medias? Because that's just part of life we do right now, driving the agenda or driving the decision-making of the mayor and of you at this point in time.
CAO?
So through you, Mayor, In regards to comments on posts, if they're related specifically to an agenda item and done in a way that is associated to the town, so any posts done by any member of council, regardless whether it's on their personal page or through a councillor or mayor or reeve format, are all deemed to be still representative of the town from the training that has been received from the Integrity Commissioner. So posts that are commenting on items specifically for council agenda items before they've actually hit the table are items that are considered and reviewed to ensure that we have the adequate information when the matters come forward. So that is a normal piece of our processes. I forget the first part of your question, sorry.
That's good enough, thank you. Mayor, will you be giving a statement?
So, given all the information that I received in the meeting with the CAO for about an hour and a half, I felt it was best, given all the information that I did receive, to postpone the meeting to allow staff the opportunity to have those other questions answered so that they wouldn't be, people are going to want to know the answers. So based on all, and I'm stressing all of the information I received, I felt it was best to postpone the meeting. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Question to you. Do you have any issue with Councillor Sobalski posting what he did and reaching out to find out the feedback from citizens? Do you have any problem with that?
I have no problem with people putting posts up. I think the only concern I did have is the stuff that was put up was prior to a council meeting, so the information hadn't been able to get to the floor here to have a wholesome discussion of potentially being unbiased or open. So the information that was put out there was for the upcoming meeting and not, council hadn't discussed it already. So that was the only concern I had, but like the content or whatever, no. It's just that I wish it was at council first before then commenting, because then we have to do it unbiasedly. So, yeah. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Final question directed towards through you to the CAO. Very direct question. Are you being directed to limit or cease communication flow to councillors by anyone?
So through you, Mayor, I have no restrictions on me in regards to communications with council.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. I just want to clarify something that the CAO stated regarding social media. I just want to be clear before I make my comment. Did you just say that on our own personal pages or mayor page or councillor page that we are representing the corporation? I just want to make sure that's what you said.
So through you, Mayor, that is correct, according to the Integrity Commissioner.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
So respectfully, I disagree. I've sought legal advice on this myself, and the lawyer I use is a municipal lawyer, and I respectfully disagree with that comment. And if that's the case, that a councillor's page, and I'll use my example because I have one, not Andrew Dick, I have Councillor Andrew Dick. Therefore, every city councillor in Toronto and Ottawa are breaking the rules. Every single one. So that's why I'm going to respectfully disagree on that. Respectfully disagree. And just a comment about Councillor Sobalski's post. And I respect the unbiased comment you made, Mayor Sidney. I do respect that. The only little thing that I said that I would disagree with is everything he spoke on was already on the agenda, and it was public knowledge already since Thursday. And so, but I see your side of the point. And then another point I'd like to raise: there's been many instances on social media where public members go on there and say, don't forget to watch tonight, agenda item 5.5, we need to talk about that, and then everybody comments on that agenda item. And we've never canceled a meeting because of that, because of questions raised on that. So I just wanted to make my comments, and I thank you, Mayor Sidney, for allowing me to make those comments.
Councillor Degree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I'll just make a comment on the bias thing. By canceling, I don't understand. You say it was bias if we would have went into a meeting then, but what's the difference of having a meeting and talking about the stuff today? It's been a longer time frame between now and then. If anything, it's got worse than if we would have had the meeting at the beginning. So I disagree with the bias, because I think it would have been better if we would have just went ahead with the meeting. Now there was time in between, and we're still doing the same thing as we would have did that night. So anyway, just a comment. I don't need a response.
I'm just going to reiterate, I made the decision based on all the information I was given. And as the CAO mentioned, there's stuff that cannot be publicly stated. So that's why it was decided. Any other questions? Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. Yes, I have one more. You stated, Mayor, directed towards you, you stated you received all your information from the CAO. So this question is directed to the CAO, and it's a general one. We're not identifying anyone. Did you speak to any of the directors to get feedback from them? And did any of them say they weren't prepared?
CAO?
I can confirm that none of them had indicated they wouldn't be prepared. However, I did speak with directors, yes.
Reeve?
So now that we've gone through this exercise, which I think is a helpful one, do you, between you and the CAO, will you be able to form some kind of criteria or metrics or whatever it is in case something like this happens again, where you're at the situation where you think you have to postpone a meeting? And secondly, is the option available through, and I haven't read the Municipal Act with all the new inserts, is the option possible to pull out a section and postpone that to a special meeting 2 days down the road, as opposed to postponing the whole meeting? So I think, is there a way forward out of this in case something happens again that, in a moment of caution, makes it so that you want to retreat and rethink it? That's all.
No, that's good points. Any other? We're good? All right. No, Reeve?
Obvious question, I guess, most of the public will want to know is, will you do it again?
Will I postpone a meeting again? If it has to be done, based on the information provided, yes.
Okay, thank you. But you will seek some kind of a metric before you, okay, thank you.
Correct. All right, moving on. Councilor McDonald, those are your three? Okay. Councilor Degree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I have two, actually. So the first one is that staff be directed to include a closed session item on the agenda for the next regular council meeting scheduled for October 14th for the purpose of allowing council to provide input into the performance and trial review process for the Chief Administration Officer. And further, that staff be directed to contact the County of Renfrew or another municipality to request that a staff member be made available to attend the meeting to take minutes of the closed session, and that no Town of Renfrew staff be present.
So you want that addressed right now? Yeah, okay. So moved by Councilor Degree. Do we have a seconder? Councilor McDonald. Any discussion? Councilor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, through you. And if I could get some background from Councilor Degree, if he has any. If not, I have some comments.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I do have some background. So the town's HR team reached out to both Mayor Sidney and myself on June 23rd regarding the CEO's performance and trial review. The mayor responded on the same day by saying he's going to send out a template to all council with questions for their input. On July 21st, I sent another email to Mayor Sidney stating that we have received nothing from him and asked if council was going to have a say or not. Unfortunately, the mayor did not reply. On August 12th, I sent another email to Mayor Sidney looking for a follow-up to my emails below. The mayor did not reply again. After this, I know other councillors had reached out to Mayor Sidney asking for an update also. The mayor finally replied on August 16th stating that he would have a package out to council over the weekend. That weekend has come and gone, and another month has passed. So since the original email went out, it's been 3 months, and council still has not received anything from Mayor Sidney. The CAO position in any municipality, in my mind, is one of the most important positions. The CAO is the glue that holds everything together and keeps the municipality moving in the right direction. My motion was put forward so that council can sit as a whole and discuss the CAO's performance. Thank you.
Now I'm going to, before I'll jump in here, and as much as I can say here, because it involves personal stuff, I do agree, I do apologize. I did drop the ball on it. I don't want to say there's a reason for it. It just kind of got put on the back burner due to some serious personal stuff going on with my family. So I do apologize for that, but I can get that out to you guys tomorrow morning. And I don't disagree with your meeting, but I just, yeah, I do apologize to council for that because I did drop the ball on that one. So I do apologize. Councillor Andrew Dick?
Mayor Sidney, I think I'm good.
Okay.
I think what Councillor Green, what you just said, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Reeve?
So we will need to make a request to the County of Renfrew, because I think you would need to have either the clerk, Ms. Dombrowski, or maybe Ms. Wilson appointed as a deputy clerk temporarily here by bylaw to be able to attend and take minutes. I'm not sure anybody in the HR department has the designation, but I think it's certainly worth pursuing.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, to echo Reeve Emo's comment, I do have the authority to delegate delegate my duties down to somebody, but I do think in a situation there should be procedural advice being given and closed, and therefore somebody with a clerk's background would be highly valuable in a situation like this.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Degree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. And I know the CEO is sitting here and it's a little bit awkward, but it's not that there's anything bad or good. It's just I feel that council needs to sit as a whole to discuss it. So my question, I guess, is, has this already been done? Like, has the review already been done? Like, it was supposed to have been done months ago, so I'm just wondering if...
So the official review sitting down with the CAO has not been done. However, the if you want to call it probation or passing probation, that has been approved. So that was done. Any other questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. So the probationary period, is that something you had to write off without, I wasn't consulted on anything, and I'm just wondering, is that something you passed and moved forward?
Yes, because that is one of the things that falls under the CAO falls under the strong mayor powers.
Did you speak to any council members, including the Reeve?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Councillor McWhorter.
Through you, Mayor. So just a statement. I totally agree with Councillor Degree. I see what he's saying. Before strong mayor powers, it was a council decision to hire the CAO. And I feel strongly that as a council that made the decision to hire we should have been part of the review. And to be excluded, I think, is biased and unfair. And I don't think it ever should come down to one decision. No offense, strong mayor power gives you the right to do that. but I'm against strong mayor powers, and for just for one of these reasons. I think this should have came down to all of council having some input, and unfortunately, I just don't agree with the way it's been done. I don't think strong mayor power should have been included for this. If it takes council to hire, council should be the one that reviews. And I say that for any position with director, same thing. Sorry.
So I'm not going to disagree with you. Again, I'm going to apologize. I dropped the ball on this, but the intent was to give all of council the opportunity to have input. So the meeting on the 14th, I think, is a great idea, and I do apologize that it did take so long, but unfortunately, life comes in and throws curveballs at you, so I do apologize on that one. Councillor Anderdeck.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and thank you for your answers, and thank you for the questions. So just to confirm, because you did throw out that falls under strong mayor power, so as of today, the CAO's position, is it done probation? Okay, so if you made a strong mayor power decision, I don't know if you have or not, I'm kind of confused on that, but if you did, saying she's good, the CAO is good to go through the strong mayor powers, shouldn't that have not been informed to the public? Are we there yet? Have we done that? I'm just really confused.
No, that's a good question. I don't know if that, how does that, yeah, we'd have to look into it. It's a good question.
Okay.
Yeah, no, because keep in mind, we're all still learning this thing, right?
Okay.
So that is a good question.
So just, if you don't mind, Mayor Sidney, so just to confirm on October, the next meeting we have in October, we are going to do the CAO's review.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Anything else? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. And I'm just looking on here quickly in terms of what's to be posted on the Renfrew website. And if that decision was made through the strong mayor powers, I don't, on a quick blush here, I don't see that here. So in terms of you've used your authority, it's not here posted. Thank you.
So I'm not, I guess, to the clerk, obviously it's not on there, but should it have been? Should we do that? I don't know if that falls under that. Like, I don't understand that part.
So through you, Mayor. So to date, a formal mayoral decision had not been made, therefore had not been posted. With regards to moving an employee through their probational period, it's typically has not been a decision, necessarily a decision of council. In this case, where we would probably want to ensure that we've sought proper legal opinion to ensure that we have followed all aspects of this new legislation, and so that if a mayoral decision was required to formally accept and move the CAO through probation, then we'll make sure that we seek that opinion and that proper protocol is taken. I don't believe in the past that has been a formal decision of council. However, we've only had one CAO in the past, and it was not, the probational period was not brought forward to council at that time unless it was done so in a closed meeting that I am unaware of. And I have a clarification to make with council agree once discussion has been complete.
Any discussion on that? Seek legal opinion? Because if it's supposed to be there, we'll put it there. Like, Councillor supposed to.
Through you, Mayor, and not to be argumentative, because what clerk said is probably true, but we've been in this room long enough for 3 years, and we've had acting and different applications of different people in the room, and we've discussed all of them. As a whole, we've discussed whether we feel the individual is ready to move up, ready to stay in their place, or not at all. So you can't blame us for the expectation after going through the process, making sure that we've selected the right candidate for the job and understood the fact that we needed to make the final decision on whether this is the future of Renfrew or not. And it hasn't been provided to us, i.e. the reason for the motion, I feel. So just wanted to give my context on that.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Sidney, and not to interrupt council's discussion. However, I'm just seeking clarification from Councilor Agree, as it is your motion. Is the intent to have the closed meeting during the regular meeting of October the 14th, or are you looking to host a special closed? Currently, we've been hosting closed sessions separately from council and been doing them the fourth Tuesday of the month during the day, so that council was not deliberating at 11 p.m. at night. I'm just curious as to what meeting notifications I will be putting out, if any.
Councilor Degree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. My intent was that it would just be added on before the next regular council meeting of October 14th, but if it's a big, I don't know what the agenda is, so if it's a massive agenda, then we could do a special meeting for that separately. Yeah, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter. I know what you're looking for.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. Having quickly reviewed the items that are already looking to come forward, it would be my recommendation that council consider a meeting during the day, just for timing of the meeting that night, due to current council restraints that I'm aware of. We typically run it around somewhere between 10 and 2. We have been typically running them at 10 a.m. and if that meets council's needs, then I will set meeting notifications as required.
You good?
Yes, that would be great. Thanks.
Right, so all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. Your second one, Councilor Degree?
My second motion is that Renfrew Town Council direct staff to undertake a review of the council code of conduct ahead of the previously scheduled 2026 timeline, including consultation with the town's appointed integrity commissioner to obtain legal advice and recommendations for amendments to the policy and investigation process, ensuring alignment with the current legislation and municipal best practices. And further, that staff be directed to prepare and present a consideration report for council discussion at the upcoming meeting this fall.
Moved by Councilor Degree, seconded by Councilor McWhirter. Any discussion? Councilor Andrew? Who? Yeah. Councilor Andrew?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. I have no objection to this this motion brought forward. I do have a problem with who we're going with. I feel we should get another opinion, because it seems that staff like to go back to this integrity commissioner's thoughts and process, where I feel that it might be, I think we need another opinion. I really, really do. So if this motion was going to go forward with who Councilor Degree wants, I will be against it. I think it's, I wasn't in agreement with hiring him in the first place. I'm not in agreement with moving forward with him on this. I think we need another opinion. I really, really do, because the opinions I get from legal are completely opposite of what he says. So, and staff seem to like to use his words, and I disagree with his words from the advice I get. So council can do as they choose, but I will not be supporting this motion if we choose to use the person that Councilor Degree is stating.
Just a clarification about the whole IC thing, because I know that we have, like, we agreed to use that one. I don't know how that works, if we can go to another one.
So our integrity commissioner has been appointed by bylaw. So to change the integrity commissioner, there would need to be a motion of council to go out to tender, or sorry, not tender, request for proposal, and then a new bylaw would need to be passed in order to change the integrity commissioner. That would be the traditional process.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Sidney. I'm having some strong issues with this because I don't know what would be crossing the line in an open forum meeting. I would like to go with someone else. Thank you.
Councillor Degree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, the reason I said the integrity picture, because that's who we have and that's who we approve. So right now there's nobody else I could go on. just to answer your question. But the reason I'm doing this is that the code of conduct was established back in 2019, and there's been no formal updates or anything that I know of since then. Given the changes within the town of Renfrew's municipal structure and evolving best practices related to Integrity Commission investigations, it would be reasonable for council to reconsider an update to the policy. So that's why I want to do it. You can figure out the IC part of it. So,
Well, for timing, we have to go with the current IC, or if council chooses to go the whole other process, then it'll take time. Councilor McCorder?
Through you, Mayor, just my statement. In the past, I've had some dealings with the current integrity officer, and I've, on a personal basis, and I've found it, the information and advice he gave me in regards to council and the fact that my wife works at the rec center to keep me on the straight and narrow path of making sure I don't do a mistake. I've found him very good. His information's been very good. I don't have any problem with him. But again, I would, if the majority of council wishes to do something else, I'm fine. But we did vote to keep this integrity officer under contract, and for me, I have no problem with it. But again, I'll bow to the majority of council's wishes.
Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, just so that I'm clear on the intent of the motion that's currently on the table, and sorry, I didn't fully write down all the wording on it, but it is regarding a review of the current code of conduct, and then with legal advice, sorry, and then just a review of the IC process in general. So procedurally, like, it would be to, like, a reappointment of a new integrity commissioner. Reappointment is a different matter than a review of code of conduct, council code of conduct, and an IC investigation. So to me, they're two separate matters. If council wishes to at some point look at a new appointment, then that motion can be brought forward and discussed, but I would think that we should consider the matter on the table currently.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So I agree with the clerk. I think it's two separate things. I didn't put a timeline on this. I just said the fall. So my motion would be whatever IC integrity commissioner we have at the time that this report comes back is the one we use. So if another councillor wants to bring up to reopen this, then that would be a separate issue. But this is just to come back in the fall with whoever is the integrity commissioner at the time. So,
okay.
Thanks.
Perfect. Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and a question to you, to staff, and I'm sure they don't have this answer, and that's okay. When is our contract up with the IC commissioner we have now? Was it a 3-year or 1 year? It's not the end of the world if we don't know it.
Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So it was a 3-year contract. It is scheduled to come forward the year after the next term of council.
Okay. So Mayor Sidney, if I continue, Councillor McWhirter said it perfect. This council did approve it for that IC. I can't remember how I voted. I'm pretty sure I voted against it, but it's the will of council. So I'm not going to bring a motion forward to get a new IC because council spoke. I'll support that decision. And I might not agree with it, but I will definitely support it. And I see where Councillor Ree's going with this motion. Sadly, I will support it, even though it's going to the IC we have, but I will definitely support this.
Any other questions or comments? Revimo?
So the only species that's more endangered than CAOs is integrity commissioners. Municipalities change them very quickly and often, so I'm not sure you would get an improvement, to be frank with you. They all train together. Most of them are lawyers. Some of them aren't practicing lawyers, but have gone to law school. So as the person that's probably had the most contact with them, having had 2 successful complaints levied against me and 2 that weren't, whether I disagree with him or not, I think he's been as close to fair as he could be in his discussions and conversations with me. He does a fair job. He's too cautious. I think he has to, take a very serious look at who makes the complaints and levy some finding on them. But he's reluctant to do that because he thinks it would make it new law. So anyway, I think our code of conduct probably does need a revision. It's at least 10 years old because I think it started in about 2017 and went through a bunch of iterations. So there hasn't been much change. So it wouldn't hurt to refresh it. And I think our IC guy he can do a good job.
Any other questions? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. Would council like to take a 5-minute refresher break? Okay. We'll come back at 20 after 6. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving on to E, the Committee of the Whole. That Renfrew Town Council convene as Committee of the Whole to consider reports for recommendation to Council. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhirter. All in favor? We are now in Committee of the Whole. Moving on to E.1.1. On my page loads. The Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council direct staff to proceed with a medical GPS cellular wireless communication station in the McGrimmon Holdings Fitness Center. Mover, please. Councillor Agree, seconded by Councillor Sabalski, and I'll turn it over to Specialist Effort.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Sidney. At the regular meeting of Council on July 8th, 2025, Council directed staff to bring forward a feasibility report with cost of installing an emergency phone and signage in the McGrimmon Holdings Fitness Center at the MyFM Center. Staff performed a site visit with our current monitoring provider to test options and their viability within the space. Prices for 3 options were received and are outlined within this report. Options 1 through 3 in the report would all be supplemented with signage that's posted indicating the location of the device. Staff recommendation at this time would be to proceed with option 1, which is essentially sort of an intercom direct to the monitoring provider, who would then initiate the dispatching of first responders and notify staff of the situation. It is the costliest of the options available, however, we believe provides the best opportunity for a timely and effective response in the event of a medical episode or injury by allowing for two-way communication.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from Council? Councillor Sabalski?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Just quickly, what about accidental hits? Can you just explain what the sequence is to operate the emergency system?
In the event of an accidental contact on the intercom, that would be one of the advantages for that system, is that we at least have a chance for the person accidentally pushing the button to identify that it's a false alarm. If we were to go with options 2 or 3, a false push would result in a dispatch. This would probably at least give us the opportunity to identify it as a false alarm and intervene before there were paramedics, firefighters, what have you, dispatched.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor McWhirter.
You, Mayor, just a statement. I'm in favor of option 1 for about $1,000 a year. I think that's the best option, and it would be money well spent if you used it just once. So I support option 1.
All right. No more questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. E.1.2. That the Committee of the Whole recommend that Renfrew Town Council approve the award of contract 2025-10-LCRS for Phase 1 repair upgrades to Mattaway Park ball diamond lighting to KU Power Group Limited in the amount of $99,975 plus HST. Mover, please. Councilor Anderdick, seconded by Councilor McWhirter, and I will turn it over to Director LaTondres.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So Council approved Phase 1 of this project as part of the 2025 capital budget to repair and upgrade controls and underground infrastructure for Mattaway Park ball diamond lights. Phase 1 included the controls and underground infrastructure to tie field lights and the Sealy field panel. Tender documents were developed with the assistance of JP2G, and the project was advertised on the town website, Bidingo, and the Eganville Leader in the August 13th edition. So the tender closed on August 26th, and 6 bidders put forward pricing. One bidder did include an alternative bid that was not eligible for consideration under Article 8.C.6 of the town's procurement policy. The bidder's primary bid was eligible and considered. Design engineers at JP2G reviewed the tender submissions, and the report is attached. Although the lowest bid was noted to have not submitted a signed copy of the addenda, this qualifies only as a minor bid irregularity, which grants 2 working days to formally acknowledge the addenda. This was noted as being complete, and the minor irregularity does not preclude the bid from consideration. So various options for each. Number 1, should council choose to award to KU Power Group, the project can commence before the snow arrives, allowing Phase 1 project to be completed prior to the start of the 2026 baseball and slow pitch seasons. 2, should council choose to award to an alternative bidder, it would require the waiving of the procurement policy and standard tender processes and would require documented reasons for the decision. And 3, if the project's not awarded at this time, Phase 1 work would be delayed to spring 2026 at the earliest, and the project would need to be retendered or postponed. So the decision could result in increased project costs. Having received questions, further clarification has been provided in the addendum. So one was the clarification on the timeline of the tender process. So that does, the addendum does review the process, which started in September 24th. And then also you'll find the tender process timeline is included. There was a question about bid disparity. A spread of approximately $140,000 was observed between the highest and lowest submissions. The 3 lowest bids were within $11,000 of each other, so outliers are not uncommon and may result from factors unrelated to the RFP specifications. And regarding the tender specifications, as indicated in the report, JP2G authored the tender document and conducted the evaluation of submissions. Thank you.
Any Councilor Anderdick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So I don't know if I have questions or just comments, but we're just going to go with the flow here. So my frustration with this whole thing, we were informed, council was informed last year, exactly a year ago today, I believe. Oh, we're short one day, that the lights were done at Mattaway and the process began. And I've been very vocal about this with my fellow council members, and they all know my passion with the lights out there and my displeasure of the way they voted towards this. However, we did get it moving forward, and I sent many emails to the CEO regarding this, and she was good enough to get back to me, which I appreciate. But I do want to look at some things like, let's be honest, it shouldn't take a year to figure out how to put some lights up on a ball diamond. Bottom line, shouldn't take a year. So here's my frustration. Who's being held accountable? Because we're all about accountability and transparency. All 7 of us ran on that. We sat there and we ran on accountability and transparency, and no one has taken the blame for this one. There is no way this should have took a year. Regardless of the dates on here, shouldn't have took a year. I just don't understand it. And I look at it that We said that it was approved on May 13th, that the council finally approved it, and then we didn't get an answer from JP2G till June 11th, which is almost a month, that their initial report completed in 2024 could not be used. So we wasted a month there waiting on JP2G to get back to us, or we waited on the staff to get a hold of them. That's irrelevant, but we still waited a month. And then we go from June 11th to July 9th, waiting for, so that's another almost month that the design drawings were received from JP2G, and then we wait over a month for the tender to be posted. So there was something that was terribly wrong here, and I'm not a construction guy, and I know there's probably other councillors that are going to ask questions about the construction and the bids and all that, but I'm a common man, and I think everybody that lives in the town of Renfrew will agree 1 year to figure this out, unacceptable. And I want to know who's responsible, and I want someone held accountable for this taking a year, whether it was staff, whether it was council, or whether it was the engineers. But someone's responsible for this. It should have never been a year, and I'm going to leave it at that. I hope we close this tonight. I hope we finally vote on it, and we're going to get some lights out at Mattaway. As you can see, I'm frustrated. I'm not, yeah. Thank you so much for letting me vent and say my frustration, Mayor Sidney.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Degree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I just want some clarification. I'm just a little confused. So in option 1, or phase 1, I guess, it says includes controls and underground infrastructure to tie field lights. So that gets tie field totally lit up. And it says Sealy and the Sealy field panel. So will Sealy field be lit up too? Like, or is it just work up to the panel? Like, both? I guess my question is, both fields going to be lit up in phase 1?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Phase 1 only includes lights to tie field, and then power underground lines to the Sealy field panel. Phase 2 or 3, depending on the direction we choose to take for those phases, would be actually the underground lines to the Sealy field lights.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Zabalski?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Appreciate some extra context provided. I'm going to nitpick at a few words and just try and get to an answer. It was immediately noted that there was a contractor that had an alternate proposal and it was not considered fair. I'll come back to that. But then in the addenda, second to last paragraph, item 2, bid disparity. A spread of approximately 140,000 was observed, and it goes on to say that outliers are not uncommon and may result from factors unrelated to the RFP specifications. So in that comment, is it being stated that there are contractors that added more to their bid because potentially they saw that there was more work required than the RFP specifications? Can that be clarified, please?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I would have to reach out to JP2G because we did not do the marking of those. So I can get that information, but I don't have it this evening.
Councillor Zabalski?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. I guess what I'm getting at with this is we're being told that there's a big difference in bids. I understand the way it goes. Someone wants the job, they're aggressive. Someone doesn't want the job, they're less aggressive, and therefore their price is higher. But when it states that there could be factors unrelated to the RFP specifications, tells me that they've added more to their bid. And if that's the case, then why is there another bid that hasn't been considered at all? And if someone else is putting an alternate bid in, how close are we to the actual right end of the project here? Has someone given us an alternative proposal that could be a little bit more streamlined, or is it completely in left field and doesn't meet code, which I can't imagine? So I'm just trying to understand the difference between alternate proposal and someone maybe going a little bit outside the RFP. This is where I have concerns in the difference in a $99,000 to a $250,000 bid. Thank you.
Director?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So again, We went with the specifications of the engineer. We have been through this project quite a bit. They kind of identified what was needed. Under the procurement, once a second independent bid from a same company is put in, we were not allowed to include it. That's just part of the policy. I can't, again, I did not do the grading or the marking on these quotes, so I don't know if other information was included. My understanding would be if they hit all of the markers that they were supposed to in their tender, the pricing was still included. But again, I would want to talk to JP2G prior to answering those questions.
Councillor Zabolski.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, and I'll finalize this by saying that are we in a position as the town of Renfrew to hold this cost as firm and one and done? Or are we still open to the, we didn't see that underground, sorry, here's your new cost? I just want to make sure that we sign on to a $100,000 project and it gets done for $100,000 and we're all celebratory and we can move on to the next phase? Or is it going to be two phases cost in one?
Director?
I'm not sure how to answer that. Sorry to you, Mayor. Obviously, what I hope in this position is that I'm getting correct information from the engineers. That's kind of what I have to go on. That's not, I don't have an engineering background. They came in, they looked at everything at the site, they prepared what was needed. We've already included the underground because we knew there was a very high potential that there is going to be issues with it. I'm hoping we covered all of our bases, but I'm not going to sit here and say it's perfect because I don't know. I don't know what other things could happen during a project.
Councillor McWhorter.
Through you, Mayor, for Director Latondras. JP2G that we use for engineering, is this their expertise, electrical, or are they diverse? They have engineers and not just for electrical, they have them for construction and all that. Do they send out somebody to do this evaluation that actually is an electrical engineer that knows what he's supposed to be looking for, or do they just send out somebody from their office to take best guess? Like I don't understand the process. I don't know this company. I'm assuming they have experts in the field.
Director?
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor. So they sent the senior project manager, who is an electrical technologist. So he is a specialty in electrical.
Councillor McWhorter?
Follow up if I might. So their expert goes out, tells us this is what he thinks we're going to need, gives us a cost evaluation so he can determine whether or not when the bids come in, whether they're out to lunch or not. I mean, that happens sometimes. Is there an accountability for the engineering firm now to be held liable or some responsibility for their best guess? Or is it just so long, too bad, so bad?
Director?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So that's out of my realm. That's definitely in the legal realm, so I will defer that question.
CAO?
So through you, Mayor, traditionally, you would only be able to hold them financially accountable if it was built into your original contract for engineering services. I would have to go to the specific engineering contract that we had with them for this matter to identify whether there was any clauses that existed to specifically hold them for this project. And that would be something that we would need a lawyer to identify specifically.
Yep.
Well, thank you. So what's their track record so far with us? Like do we just keep going to the same firm? I mean, I remember we did deal with another company back in the day when I was on before, and they were continuously $1 million over budget. So we switched to another engineering firm. Is that something we take into account when we use somebody like this company?
So through you, Mayor, I only know part of the answer to that, as I've only been here for less than a year. This is one of our engineering firms who are on our standing offer list. So we did the RFP process a year, I'm not actually sure exactly how long ago, a year or so or more, in regards to which engineering firms would be on our standing offer list. And so we do update that every couple of years of re-looking at who's on the list, and then we would look through those options. I would have to look at the other directors in regards to their results on previous jobs that they have done. I do know we have used them for more than one project, but that's all I can speak to at this time.
Councillor Zabolski.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I'll just make a little bit of a statement. I would have to assume that the clause is not in there for the engineers to come good for any mistakes made, because if it was, they'd be doing a lot better job for the town of Renfrew. That's just the way I look at it. There'd be a lot less mistakes if they had to come good for it.
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you, and I applaud you for that comment. I 100% agree. It seems every time we approve a project from an engineering company, and not naming any, but there's a lot of them, and then all of a sudden the staff's coming back to us and saying, ooh, they missed this, and now it's going to cost double. Like, when's enough? When are we going to realize these people we're hiring, these companies we're hiring, they have no accountability. They come in, they give us a quote, they do the RFP, and then next thing you know, it's costing our taxpayers double what it was in. I'm probably would bet anybody a steak dinner that this is going to come in at $200,000 by the time it's done. However, I'm not happy. Again, no one's held accountable. Just take our money. Here you go. Thank you, Mayor Sidney.
Any other questions or comments? Reeve?
Okay, so just a short question. So we have this in front of us. So we will get, at the end of the day, we'll have one field lit, and the other one will be underground wired to the panel so that we can move on with the next phases, which I think is consistent with our request some time ago. So is that how I understand this?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question. I asked this question some time ago. At some point, do we sit down and grade the productivity of the engineering firms that we've used? I know we ditched or supplemented, sorry, that's the wrong term, supplemented the efforts of one firm, and we no longer use them, and I believe they were the ones that designed 8th. We sent them a letter and asked them not to reattend. So we've been able to do that in that instance. So at the end of this year, is it possible to have a review of the efforts of our consultants with some kind of a scorecard internally through the department heads that will influence some of the decisions going forward? Because I think we're fortunate in that our department heads are not enmeshed with these companies. Too often in the past, people get used to each other, they golf together at different banquets, they share a meal, a steak dinner with Councillor Andrew Dick, and so they become, enmeshed and have friendships, and it's difficult for them to evaluate. But I think we're lucky in this instance. We have a newer team, and they're not, as tied to the company. So I'd like to see us at the end of December, prior to sending out tenders in February or whatever, that we have a really good sense of who we can use again and who we shouldn't. Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on to Development and Environment. That the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council approve a community improvement plan grant and direct staff to prepare the financial incentive program agreement with Nick Potne in relation to a transferable tax increment equivalent grant for the property located at 142 Raglan Street South, having roll number 47-48-000-055-11400. on a decreasing scale starting at 90% of the annual municipal tax increment in year 1 and declining annually by 10% until reaching 0% in year 10 for an estimated total grant value of $19,997.41, with the actual grant value to be based on approved future year taxes. Mover, please. Councilor McWhorter, second by Reeve Emo, and I'll turn it over to Director Withers.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. This is a bit of a new item for council. We haven't done one of these ever, actually. So we have a CIP program, as council will be aware. The purpose of the CIP program, wow, is to incentivize the maintenance and redevelopment of private property, so the town takes care of the public realm, and then in areas where council sees fit to provide additional support to property owners in key areas that council determines need to be redeveloped or some attention to the aesthetics. We provide support as the town to those property owners through the CIP program. We have a number of different programs within the community improvement plan itself, dealing with things like signage, facade improvements, landscaping, and those are more common in terms of coming before council. The tax increment equivalent grant is a little bit different because it's bigger. And because it's bigger, it requires a separate budget allocation, and it is distributed to the property owners over a longer period of time, typically either a 5-year term or a 10-year term. And the idea between a tax increment equivalent grant is that it provides a rebate of a portion of the municipal tax increase that results from the increased assessment of a property following development or redevelopment. So you take what the taxes were before development, what the taxes are after, you find what the difference is, and then they get a portion of that back on a declining scale over a 5-year or a 10-year period. And that's done through a financial incentive agreement. The first report, there's 2 reports on the agenda involving tax increment equivalent grants. The first one in regards to 142 Raglan Street South, which is now before you. This property was the subject of a redevelopment that was finalized in November 2024 for the inclusion of 10 apartments on the 2nd and 3rd stories, and the redevelopment of the commercial space on the main floor, along with just general facade improvements, window replacements, masonry work, interior work, the whole works. So definitely a large project, and the TEAG is intended for these large projects because the initial investment up front is quite significant. So the idea is that at council's pleasure, it can provide some additional support beyond what is typically provided through the other programs. This particular applicant did apply at the outset of their project, so before their building permit, which is a requirement in the CIP, and they kind of tick off all the boxes they're eligible for, and this is common. Stacking is permitted in the CIP. I will say, with the exception of the TEAG. So it's a little bit tricky because all of the programs that you're typically eligible for, you get them kind of on the front end of the project, whereas a TEAG you get on the back end of a project. So they're eligible for all of them. But the TEAG is a standalone program. So the way this is dealt with is through the financial incentive agreement for the TEAG. What it'll do is, if there are any amounts that have been paid out already under any other grant program, in this case $7,500 for their permit fees and for the facade improvements, that'll be refunded or it'll be taken off of what they're eligible for in the first couple of years in order to recover those costs. So the tax increment for 142 Raglan Street was $4,400. Over a 10-year period, that equates to, on a declining from 90% in the first year, 80%, 70% down to 0 in year 10, that works out to about $20,000 over the term of the grant. For a 5-year term, that works out to about $8,900. The CIP speaks to the transferability of the grant. Of course, over a 10-year period, the property could very well be sold. And so it speaks to the need for council to determine whether or not it's going to permit the grant to be transferable. So what staff are recommending is that because the costs of redevelopment are generally absorbed by new owners as part of the sale price of a redeveloped property, we are recommending that the grant be similarly transferable to future owners of the property. So I will note, I know there's some discussion about whether the town should be foregoing this amount of revenue as part of a CIP program. It's completely within the discretion of council to budget for this, to approve this, to budget for it, or to not, regardless of whether the program requirements are met. And in my opinion, that's fairly clear in the CIP. And staff's recommendation is strictly on the basis of whether it meets program requirements. So there may be other reasons that budget pressures, what have you, that council may decide not to proceed with a program like this. At the staff level, we're just making our recommendation. You'll notice we're recommending that it be approved. That's simply on the basis of the fact that it meets the program requirements in the CIP. And of course, council can dispose of the matter as it sees fit. So those are my comments on the item, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and I've already sent an email to the clerk. I'm just declaring a potential conflict of interest with regard to E21, the one we're talking about now. Thank you.
That's noted. Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Anderdick?
Mayor Sidney, I'm just trying to think. When in doubt, I'm going to declare 2 on this. I think I'm fine. I really do think I'm fine on this issue and next issue. But you know what? When in doubt, I'm just going to declare on both these issues. I apologize. I know.
Duly noted. Review.
I'm not declaring. So just to make sure I understand this properly. In 2024, the commercial tax class, the assessment was $271,000. In 2025, the addition of the commercial tax and the new residential tax, so it totals over nearly $700,000. Is that how I understand the assessment of the building? The building's gone up that much in assessment?
We're getting into deep waters here for me. Not the treasurer, but I will attempt. Yeah, that would appear to be the case. But the tax classes are different in this case. It's multi-res is the majority of the assessment on the property.
And if I might, Your Worship, through you, the 2025 final taxes are $15,815. So that is prior to the $4,400 suggested being removed, or is that after the $4,400 has been removed?
Thank you for the question. So the $4,400 is the difference between the $15,000 and the $11,000.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Sapolsky.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I did read about this CIP portion some time ago and was interested by it because of the layout and what the incentives are for new developers, and would be arguably in favor for it if the town of Renfrew was under an area of development lately. If we had added 50 or even 80 houses hypothetically to our town this year, which would help offset taxes, I would consider that this would be a great thing for downtown CIP grant users, because it does help develop our downtown, and wants people to come and buy old dialect buildings which are downtown and help them. But given our current situation, there's minimal, if not next to none, as far as new development goes. There's some, but it's very little. And the new development that's coming in, I don't think would even marginally offset some of these costs as far as taxes go. So for our current budget that we have, that we work so hard to get down, and I project probably another tough year of budgeting, this isn't something that I deem that our tax base across the rest of the board of our taxpayers could swallow the cost. So for that reason, I am not in favor of going forward with this particular CIP grant.
Any other questions or comments? I'm just going to be devil's advocate, just throw something out there. Would that make it appear that council's not willing to help out potential new people coming in? I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm not. Like, does it set a message, kind of? Councilor Spolsky?
Yeah, thank you. And sure, I'll take that one on the nose. And at this time, yeah, it does. It doesn't look good. But the CIP is a grant that is in restricted areas of the town of Renfrew. And as you move farther off the main street, the opportunities become less and less, to my understanding. So therefore, for anyone that wants to come in and potentially build in the areas that we have land for, this grant isn't applied to them. It's really only applied to some areas. And then on the other hand, we've had someone come in here and do a delegation or whatnot, but looking to open up a new business that needed development fees that asked to have them waived, and we were very firm against that as well. So we're picking and choosing. So yes, the CIP grant exists. Yes, this is a well-written piece of literature, but at this time, it just doesn't fit Renfrew. If we were growing and there was new businesses popping up and there was new houses popping up and someone said, I want to fix up a downtown building and we want to help them, well, then this fits the bill, but just not today. It just doesn't fit it today, in my personal view.
Councilor Degree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. Yeah, so for me, this is tough because I agree with Councillor Sobolski, but I also agree with the mayor because other municipalities offer this. So if you're looking at moving, it's kind of a drawing card to come to Renfrew. I just have a question with the $7,500. Just want to make sure I'm clear on this, that they received in 2024. So that $7,500 is coming off this request. Is that correct? Or?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, that's correct.
Any other review?
Yes, I think at one point we talked about reviewing the CIP, and I think I'm in agreement with going forward with this, because I think we have to, we've heard a number of times, it's too hard to develop in Renfrew. It's not worth it. It's, we're not welcome. So I think this isn't much of a welcome mat, to be honest with you, and I recognize the number sounds phenomenal to some, and it does to me too when you take a look at the second one. But I don't think the CIP goes far enough, and we've had this conversation about reviewing it, because I think one of the things we talked about was hopefully expanding it to redeveloping homes to put extra rooms or apartments in them, or in-law suites or whatever they're called. So I think the CIP is probably the only vehicle we have to encourage development. And in this instance, I'm not. What did he add 8 apartments? Is that my understanding? 10 to. Thank you very much. 10 to a building that had none. So that's essentially 10 homes, which we didn't have before. So I think not to belabor the point, but I think the mayor could overturn this with strong mayor power because of the commitment to homes. So you'll have to get some advice on that. But no, I'm in favor of going forward.
Any other questions? All right, so I'll ask for the vote. All in favor of moving forward with the recommendation? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Council. All right, moving on to the next. That the Committee of the Whole recommend that Renfrew Town Council approve a Community Improvement Plan grant and direct staff to prepare a financial incentive program agreement with 26553669 Ontario Inc. in relation to a transferable tax increment equivalent grant for the property located at 249 Raglan Street South, having a roll number of 47-48-000-035-10400 on a decreasing scale starting at 90% of the annual municipal tax increment in year 1 and declining to annually by 10% until reaching 0% in year 10 for an estimated total grant value of $114,970.91, with the actual grant value to be based on approved future year tax rates. Mover, please. Councilor McWhorter, second by Reeve Emo. Turn it back over to Director Withers.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. This is the same matter, different property, 249 Raglan Street South. This is the post office, and the post office was recently redeveloped, I think quite tastefully, and the project was completed. Occupancy was granted December 17th, 2024. The applicant prior to that applied for a CIP grant in much the same fashion, applying for all eligible programs, including the TEAG. At council on May 21st, 2024, the same value of grant, $7,500 for other eligible programs, was approved. In this case, the funds have not been paid out. There are a few items that we're waiting on in order to disperse those funds. However, if this is approved, they won't need to be. In this case, the tax increment is quite a bit larger, at a little over $25,000. It's due to the previous taxes, previous assessment being fairly low. Prior to the redevelopment project, commercial tax pre and post development is quite an increase, as well as the addition of a residential assessment portion. In this case, the second and third floor redeveloped to add 6 additional apartments for a total of 7. So there's 7 apartments upstairs. The main floor remains commercial. Similar to the previous report, 2 options here, a 10-year or a 5-year. If council wishes to approve the grant, those would be the 2 structures we would recommend. Typically a 10-year is put forward, so we've included that in the recommendation. If council wants to go with a 5-year, certainly go in that direction. And again, in this case, we're also recommending it be transferable. Again, I'll note the recommendation strictly in regards to the eligibility requirements of the CIP, not in regards to any other matters related to the town. In this case, obviously this property was purchased from the town, a bit of a different situation here than the previous matter. I understand that there are potentially some views on that, but just so it's understood that council or that staff are not considering those things. Council's certainly able to, but that does not form part of staff's recommendation on the matter. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm not declaring on this one, so I'm free to speak. And I'd like a recorded vote for this one. And I'd like to just make a statement first, if that's okay with you?
Yep.
Thank you. I'll give the background of the director. First and foremost, I would like to thank the developers for what they have done with this iconic Renfrew building. I had the pleasure of attending their open house once they had completed all renovations last year. Secondly, I would like to deal with the financial backstory regarding our town's involvement with this building as it pertains to my decision-making regarding this motion. In 2005, the town of Renfrew purchased the building for $300,000. In 2018, an agreement for sale was made. An appraisal was done by professionals indicating that the building was worth $650,000 as is. However, the previous council agreed to sell it for only $100,000 to the developer. In 2018, Councillor Andrew Evans was adamantly opposed to the sale. He was the only person to vote against the sale in a recorded vote, referencing the appraisal study of $650,000. His quote was, "This council decided to sell it for far less than that $650,000. The exact number is $100,000. If we pay now the realty fee of $20,000 and then $2,000 for the appraisal, we are stuck with a whooping $78,000. Said Evans after the meeting, and he stated, "I find that rather offensive." In 2022, the reality was by 2022, the owner could not fulfill his obligations, and the agreement was set to expire on May 31st of 2022. During an April 26, 2022 meeting, Renfrew Council voted 4-3 in favor of releasing Thompson Hotels Limited from its agreement. One of the conditions is the town could buy back the building for the developer for $50,000. We released that. So the town could have been ahead $50,000 and had an opportunity to relist it during the heightened prices of COVID. Councillor Andrew Evans, who was one of the 3 opposed to the developer from retaining ownership, said the town may be better off to buy back the building. If we are to sell something, should we not try to maximize that saleability? He said 4 years ago, when he was talking about 2018, when we had the appraisal done by professionals telling us the building was worth $650,000, then we sold it for $100,000 with the promise of a boutique hotel. Now, with that commitment change, should we not take the building back and sell it closer for fair market value? Note again, it's important to realize at this time in 2022, we were experiencing bidding wars for properties, and we still didn't explore the feasibility of this selling option. So to summarize, the financials between 2018 and 2022, we had an independent professional estimate provided that the building was worth $650,000, and we sold it for $100,000. We could have bought it back for $50,000. That's a difference of $600,000 of taxpayers' money. To bring it up to 2025, in early June of this year, the property was listed for sale for $3,990,000, just shy of $4 million. Again, I have no issues with the owners selling their property and making money. My concerns are with the taxpayers' money in this motion. As such, it is my strong opinion that previous councils have already provided the purchaser with both a massive financial gift and assistance. Further assistance, in my view, is not required. Also, this program is discretionary use of taxpayer money, and I will not be voting to provide any more assistance to the owner over the $550,000 that has already been indirectly provided. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Reeve?
So, geez, I'm going to have to really dig into my memory on this, but so Councillor Evans was only partially correct. He attended both those meetings. That's it. He was there. Andrew loved to say no. I don't think he ever said yes to anything. What he neglected to mention was that there were some significant investments to be made in that building, which the town could not afford. And the investments, yeah. I'll leave it at that. So the building condition assessment, which was shared with the developer of the day, resulted in the bid, and nobody else offered a bid. It was put out to public bid, and nobody else offered a bid once they read the condition assessment. And as to in 2022, I can't recall, but there was a report presented, and it was enclosed. So I can't recall the rationale for staying away from it. And it wasn't a rationale predicated on the building structure and anything like that. The developer or had done some work, and there was nothing wrong with the work. I can't recall exactly what it was. So, you know, I applaud Councillor Evans for appearing to have done his homework and offering an opinion, but he tread the line to make himself look good, and that's unfortunate. So there is more to it. The building condition assessment from 2018, I think, is important, and I think the whatever the closed report was, but I can't remember exactly what it said. So, if I might, and with this, is there any means of changing section 5.5 to where it says for up to 10 years? Is it also, can it be capped at a certain financial number? Because I don't like the number of this one. Like, you know, can we do it with the understanding that we're going to change the CIP, that's section 5.5? Because it says on a declining basis for up to 10 years. I don't like the total number. And so I'd like to cap it at $50,000 as a maximum amount going forward for anybody.
That's a 5-year.
No, it's for 10 years. I'd like to do it for 10 years, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah. Just because I don't like that big number, that's all.
Director Weathers?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. Would you take 51,098?
Well, no, yeah, I saw that for the 5 years.
Yeah.
I think it's just going forward, I'm not sure what the, you know, I
It's a good
understand the
point.
10 years, because I think
Right.
that might be helpful to someone with their business plan. But
Yeah, there is no cap, explicit cap in the CIP that speaks to that. But I think council has enough discretion in the document to say that, listen, we're going to provide funding up to a certain amount. I think maybe developers might have, built some of this into the pro forma, but again, it's not money in the bank, right? So if council is willing to fund up to a certain amount, I'm sure that we can tailor the financial incentive agreement to that effect, bring it back to council, and I doubt that the developer will object to that if the alternative is no money. Okay.
Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to emphasize the fact I have not spoken to Councillor Evans. This was all public information that I reiterated. And through you, Mayor, to the Director, they've already been approved for $7,500. Am I correct in that? I obviously will be voting against this, but with the issue of transferability, with the building being up for sale earlier this year for close to $4 million, I have a real issue if it does proceed with the transferability option.
Any other questions? Councilor McWhorter?
Through you, Mayor. So is it out of line to ask what they're paying for taxes per year right now? And to Councillor McDonald's point, I too have issues with the history of this building. At one point, good on them, they're businessmen, they've obviously made money on some, I guess, bad decisions by town on buying and selling, and so they've capitalized on that, and that's business, that's the way life is. But at the same time, we're in a position to not throw good money after bad. And the fact that it's up for sale, this looks like giving somebody a bonus check and they're selling the building anyways. So I've got an issue with approving this myself, so.
Any other questions? I'm just going to sort of piggyback on Ray Vimo's comment about the building, having been on the council that did sell it. I think the decision was made because we had tenants in there. We had long-standing tenant, which is the main level. And it's my understanding, and don't quote me, but it was going to be close to $1 million in repairs that we were going to have to do between the roof and a whole bunch of other stuff. So I think council made the decision at the time to not bring it back for that purpose, but just for some clarification on that part. All right, so any other, Councillor Sabalski?
Thank you. I guess I'm copy-paste on my comments just so everyone's clear. I'm not in favor, same as the previous one. It's just for everyone's knowledge. It's a tax credit of $114,970 and 91 cents. Over 10 years, that's a lot of money. Anyways, thank you.
Does council want to look at the 5-year option? Just throwing it out there for the 51,000. Is that a no? No? Okay. All right. I'll call for the, you want a recorded vote for this? Okay.
As Councillor McDonald had requested the recorded vote, I will start there.
Against?
Councillor Agree?
Not in favor.
Councillor McWhorter?
Not in favor.
Councillor Sabalski?
Not in favor.
Ray Vimo?
Opposed.
Mayor Sidney?
Not in favor.
It is failed. Defeated. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on. Sorry, my computer's very slow today. That the Committee of the Whole recommend that Renfrew Town Council adopt the revised downtown seasonal encroachment guidelines and pass the implementing bylaw. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, seconded by Councillor McDonald. And I'll turn it over to Director Withers.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Sidney, I won't spend much time on this. I wrote the policy. I think it's a good one. And I'm not recommending any changes, with the exception of the title. It'll continue to come to our department for any encroachment matters. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. Oh, sorry, we're not. No, we're good. Looked at the wrong line. Sorry. I looked at the wrong line.
Okay. You good?
Yeah. Yeah. That the Committee of the Whole receive the 2025 Drinking Water System Inspection Report as information. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Legree, and I'll turn it over to Manager Springer.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So the inspection was performed on July 30th, 2025, with staff from the MACP and Aqua in attendance. Overall, the drinking water system received a rating of 100%, which is kind of a big deal. Last year, we received a rating of 95.77. It is important to be aware that an inspection rating less than 100% does not mean the drinking water from the system is unsafe. It shows areas where a system operation can improve. The inspection rating reflects the inspection results of the specific drinking water system for the reporting year, and since the methodology is applied consistently over a period of years, it serves as a comparative measure both provincially and in relation to the individual system. Both the drinking water system and the public are able to track the performance over time, which encourages continuous improvement and allows the system to identify specific areas requiring attention.
Any questions from council? Hearing and seeing none? All in favor? Carried, thank you. E.2.5. That the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council endorse Aqua's operational plan authorizing the mayor and CAO to sign the owner endorsement. Mover, please. Councilor McDonald, second by Reeve Emo, and I'll hand it back over to Manager Springer.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So I do have an update on this one. We received an updated operational plan from Aqua this morning, flowing from the renewal of our municipal drinking water license, which Aqua is working on. The updated plan has minor wording changes throughout, revised system description, and an updated process flow diagram to include the potassium permanganate system, which was installed earlier this year. So it is different than the one that is presented on the report. I can present this report now, and the updated plan will be included in the agenda when this item comes back to council in 2 weeks for final resolution. Or should council wish, this item can be postponed to the next meeting, giving council time to review the updated plan prior to committee of the whole discussion. Please let me know how you'd like to proceed.
Council want to defer this? Defer it? Till we get the right information?
Respectfully, I don't know how big the next agenda is, but I'm not really keen on just piling stuff up, to be honest with you. So I'd prefer to go ahead.
Go ahead.
We're here.
Okay. All right. So does anybody have any questions, or do you want to, Manager Springer, do you have an update?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Then I will proceed with the report as presented. Okay. So Aqua is the operating authority of the Renfrew drinking water system and is required to have an operational plan to meet the requirements of the Drinking Water Quality Management System, also known as the DWQMS. This operational plan has been updated and requires re-endorsement from the system owner, which is the mayor and the CAO, on behalf of council. This most recent version, in addition to what I noted previously, has a revision history table which outlines what has been revised, and for the most part it is updated definitions, procedures, editorial, and typographical corrections. In addition, both the owner representatives have changed, the mayor and the CAO, since 2022, and that is part of the reason why we require re-endorsement. So we're not considering any alternatives to this, as we do need this to be in compliance with the Safe Drinking Water Act.
Thanks. Any questions? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, council. E.2.6. That the Committee of the Whole recommends the Renfrew Town Council authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the Product Care Association of Canada Municipal Hazardous and Special Products Materials Service Agreement. Mover, please. Reeve Emo, second by Councillor Legree, and I'll put it back to Manager Springer.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. The Town of Renfrew has had an agreement with Product Care Association since 2015 for the collection of paint, coatings, stains, solvents, and other designated products at the Household Hazardous Waste Depot. The new agreement would replace the previous agreement. The new agreement changes the compensation model from an hourly rate to a per ton rate, with a minimum compensation rate regardless of the amount of material that is collected. Due to confidentiality and trade secret requirements, the pricing Schedule A is not attached to the agenda. However, based on historical tonnages received for these products, the new agreement is expected to result in an increase to overall compensation. So the options are to approve or not approve, and by approving, we are hopeful that we will get additional cost recovery revenue for the hazardous waste depot, and by not signing, this would eliminate that offsetting revenue, and we would have to find disposal coverage at our own cost.
Any questions from council? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, council. Moving on to infrastructure and public works. That the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council authorize staff to proceed with award of construction of the 7th Street project to McCrae Excavating Limited in the amount of $400,215, excluding HST. Mover, please. Reeve, seconded by Councillor Legree. I'll turn it over to Director Bishop.
Thanks, and through you, Mayor. 7th Street was identified as an asphalt rehabilitation project and originally was included in our 2024 budget for design and construction. This was on the agenda for the September 9th meeting in hopes that it would be approved the same night so that construction could begin. So it was identified as being in poor condition originally, identified as just asphalt rehabilitation, but throughout the design process and in consultation with Public Works staff, it was determined that the water main on 7th Street was a dead end and required regular flushing. So to address this, a small water main loop was added to the project scope. The design of this project was awarded to Aegis on April 25th, 2024, and it was intended to be designed and constructed in 2024. Due to budget constraints in 2024, the construction component was postponed. 5 general contractors picked up our tender documents for this tender, and McCrae Excavating came in with the low bid at $400,215. We also had GIP, Thomas Cavanaugh Construction, Bonshare Excavating, and D-Rock Paving who submitted bids. The design engineers reviewed the tender submissions and have no concerns. So our options moving forward are to proceed with the award to McCrae Excavating or do not award. So at this point, I did mention that we were hoping for award on September 9th so this project could advance. We recommend that the project is awarded to McCrae Excavating, but we did receive some questions and an addendum has been prepared that is attached as an appendix. So if the project was not awarded at the time of September 9th, there were some risks with the scheduling of the project. So to answer some of the additional questions for 7th Street, the completion of the design, as I mentioned, was done in 2024. Issued for tender drawings were complete in October, and that being said, at the regular council meeting of August 27th, 2024, former CAO Tremblay included it in his recommendation to postpone. So that issued for tender drawing package may have been not as much of a priority for our design engineers at the time, so it was submitted later in the fall. Regarding drawing circulation to council, no drawings were provided directly to council for this project. This has not really been a regular practice in the past, and I know that a notice of motion was brought forward by Councillor Cebulski this summer, basically asking about our procurement policy and if this could be a regular practice moving forward. The design was completed in 2024, and at this time of the summer, when this notice of motion came up, the design had already been established and the project had been ready to go, so it wasn't circulated. I will note that all contract documents and drawings are available when the project is out for tender on the town website. And lastly, the procurement policy is scheduled to be brought before council for review on October 14th, which is our next meeting. So our addendum to our original recommendation. So based on this delay, As you'll see in the next report for Stevenson Crescent, there's been a change of scope that has resulted in delays for that project as well. So McCrae Excavating was awarded the Stevenson Crescent project with the intention of completing it by mid-September. The plan was for the award to McCrae, and they could move from Stevenson to 7th after that. But the scope change is fairly substantial on Stevenson Crescent, and it's going to extend the project timeline. Therefore, it is not recommended to begin construction on 7th Street unless the project can be completed before winter, as if awarded to McCrae Excavating, they will be further delayed by Stevenson. So I'm not sure if the clerk would like to confirm this new recommendation, but I can, it's a slight change at the bottom of the addendum that the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council authorize staff to proceed with award of the construction of the 7th Street project to McCrae Excavating in the amount of $400,215, excluding HST, and further that staff negotiate project scheduling with the contractor. So we would just like to confirm any scheduling with the contractor and if it's possible to get the work done this year or not, and if that's the case, then any options to confirm and schedule the project for early next year. Thank you.
Yeah. Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Cindy. So based on what Director Bishop has noted in the addendum, it would be an amendment to the original motion if council so chooses. An amendment could be put forward just to add or to include and further that staff negotiate project scheduling with the contractor. So if that is what council wishes to do, then I would need a mover and seconder to put that amendment forward.
Councillor Zabalski, are you moving that? Okay. Seconder? Councillor LeGray? Any questions? All in favor of adding that? Carried, thank you. Now we will vote on
So
any questions for the director? Councillor Zabalski?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Sidney, since I've caused this, I'm going to speak to it. I'm okay with, obviously, as I've motioned, that the change to the recommendation is okay. I do want to start by just saying when we look at bids for a project that's at $400,000 and at the highlight it's $497,000, so there's $100,000 discrepancy on a $400,000 project, that's acceptable in my mind. That means that the spec has been done well and hopefully everything's going to go to plan. It's a little bit different if I go back a little bit when we talk about a $100,000 and there's a $150,000 discrepancy on a $100,000 project. It kind of causes for alarms, but I understand that we have not been provided drawings. I see the reasoning for it. It has not been the standard practice, but there's one line in here that triggered me, and I'm going to say it. All contract documents and drawings are publicly available on the town's website during the tendering process. Mayor Sidney, I'm here as a part-time individual. I am okay to put the effort, the time in to read the agendas, to talk to the people, to go out and do what I want to do to try and help the town. But to have the availability to log onto the website every day and check to see if there's a tender document that's been publicly put out for me to review and not have an email in my inbox saying that the tender documents have been put out for tender for me to review is insulting. I got a lot on the go. And I'm okay being here. I want to be here. But the fact that I have to read this, and if I want to find out where the information is, I got to go looking for it, and no one has the time to send me an email, I'm insulted. I need better. I want better. And when this procurement policy comes through, it's going to get better.
So through you, Mayor, that's something that can definitely be added to the policy, and we can start sending emails to council when the tenders are released. That is just a matter of adding a new process to our systems.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Enderdick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. My first question is Director Bishop said that there was And the addendum was to answer additional questions. I'd like to know who asked those questions. Or was it just, let's be honest, Councillor Sapolsky's Facebook post? Or were there actual questions that somebody asked that we're not allowed to know because of code of conduct or whatever?
What's the question?
So through you, Mayor, there were questions in the post, but there were also questions that were in comments to the post, and those individual names cannot be released in an open agenda.
Okay, thank you. Can I continue, Mayor Sidney?
Yep.
I agree with what Councillor Sapolsky said. Like, I'm going to be honest, if I looked at a design of a road, I have no clue what's going on. But in future, I think there are people on this council that will look at a design of a road and can add valuable information to somebody like me who cannot deter what a design looks like. And I value that information from my fellow councillors if they have the knowledge, the skill, and the ability to read road designs. And I think that's super important in the debate process, that we hear out those certain individuals on council that can read a road design. And I'm not going to lie, I was a little insulted too when we were told, go look on the website. I was insulted once when I was told I had to file the Freedom of Information Act when I asked a question. It's insulting. We talk about working together. I don't see that happening with the comments that are coming from certain individuals in the staff. I do have two more questions and then I'll move on. Mayor Sidney, through you and possibly to Director Bishop, is it the same design engineering company that designed 7th Street? Thank you. Stevenson, I always get that mixed up. Thank you.
Director Bishop?
Through you, Mayor. No, it's not.
Okay. And then one more question, and I don't even know the name of what these people do. This might be the design engineer, but the company that drills the holes, the geo people, is it the same geo people that did Stevenson Crescent that has done 7th Street?
Director Bishop?
Through you, Mayor. No, it's not.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Review?
So at the end of the day, what's this street going to look like?
Through you, Mayor. So 7th Street is just an asphalt rehabilitation with a small water main looping. The asphalt will be removed and granules will be packed. Asphalt will be laid back down, and there will be no additional concrete works, and there'll be a small water main looping underground at the Barnett end of the street.
Review?
And if I remember correctly, one of the struggles with 8th was that there had to be a catch basin or a series of catch basins installed. Is there a similar issue with 7th, or will it drain over to that drain?
Director Bishop?
Through you, Mayor. So for 8th Street, we had concrete added, concrete curb and sidewalk, which caused some drainage concentration. So we needed to add catch basins and storm sewer there. But for 7th Street, we are not adding any curb or sidewalk, so the drainage will remain as is in existing conditions.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor LeGree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So I agree with Councillor Sapolsky. We're constantly trying to pull information, and it should be pushed to us. So I guess my question to you, Mayor, would be, is there a restraint on directors pushing council information, or how does that flow? Maybe it should go to the CEO, I don't know, but I just find that there's, and this is nothing against Director Bishop, this is just as a whole organization. Is there a restraint from them? Like, are they allowed to send council an email with updates on something that's happening, or what's the process from your office?
So through you, Mayor, the process under a CAO model is that the information is to be provided to the CAO, and then the CAO shares the information through to council once received.
Yep.
Can that be changed somehow? Nothing against the CAO, but I believe if Director Bishop has drawings, like, why can't she send them out or post them on the website? Why can't they come out to council in an email? Like, why does it have to go through the CAO to be approved to be sent out? I don't follow that, and I would like to see that piece changed, because if you're on holidays or you're off or something, everything just sits and then we don't get the information. So, yeah, yeah.
Councillor Anderdick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. And I should clarify, and I 100% agree with you. And this had nothing to, my comments had nothing to do with Director Bishop. Director Bishop's doing her job that she's instructed to do, and I appreciate that and I understand that. My frustration is, and I'm just going to be blunt, I hear about things that are happening on the street from the citizens of Renfrew, and I have no idea what they're talking about. But they know what's happening within the town hall, and I do not as a councillor, because I've been told numerous times I don't have that right. That's frustrating. You're right. The level of communication between upper management and to us is zero. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions related to 7th Street? Okay, I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Review.
So I have listened to all the comments about not getting enough information. So I'm curious if possibly it might be a good exercise, Your Worship, for you to request that members of council send in to you what kinds of information they think they need. I'm not being sarcastic. And to what depth, and then that's something you and the CAO can have a conversation with the senior management team. Because I think otherwise, and I recognize this isn't on the agenda, but I think we're going to hear the same theme in about 3 seconds when we move to the next item. So we better fix it. So if it's a misunderstanding as to what everybody thinks they're entitled to or not entitled to, or what they think they need for their job, to do their job, then let's try and get that information to the two of you and the senior management team, and then see what's doable. Because otherwise, this is going to be an ongoing theme for the next 18 meetings, and I don't know about anybody else, but I'm not ready to watch the sequel. So anyway.
Sure. So would council be willing to send myself and the CAO what they're looking for as post information and all that stuff, and then we can we'll go through it and get it. I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I'm just, so if I give you a week to send in whatever you're looking for, like overall, not specifics. Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Maybe it's something in terms of accountability and transparency that we just do it in the open. Like, why don't we put that on the next agenda and we can brainstorm all of our options as opposed to sending emails.
All right, good.
Thank you.
All right, review.
Trying to speed it up.
All right. Moving on to E5.2. That the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council authorize staff to proceed with changes to the scope of work for Stevenson Crescent reconstruction project in line with the recommendations of the town's geotechnical consultant by undertaking full-depth reconstruction and drainage improvements. Mover, please. Councilor McDonald, second by Councilor McWhorter, and I'll turn it back over to Director Bishop.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So Stevenson Crescent was identified as being in poor condition and included originally in our 2024 budget as well for design and construction. This was also deferred to 2025 for construction. It was identified as just an asphalt rehabilitation project as well due to the poor condition of the road surface. The design of this project was awarded to Parsons Corporation on April 25th, 2024. And this year, on July 8th, 2025, the construction portion of the project was awarded to McRae Excavating at a price of $290,804, excluding HST. So the project commenced on September 2nd, 2025, and the asphalt surface was removed. So during this removal process, it was noted the existing road base was saturated and struggled to support the loading of some traffic. Town staff reached out to the consultant responsible for the design, as well as the geotechnical consultant who conducted the investigations during the design process. So both firms came and did a site visit, and it was determined that the original recommendation from the design engineer was no longer viable. The geotechnical consultant, Gemtech, noted that localized areas of soft clay silts were observed at or near the surface throughout the site. Based on the observations, it was Gemtech's opinion that asphalt paving should not proceed with the road based under the current conditions that it was left in. So this caused a change of scope to the existing construction award. The geotechnical consultant came up with two options for us moving forward. So one was full depth reconstruction with drainage improvements, which would improve the existing road base and subbase throughout the crescent. This is typical for a 20-year service life with routine maintenance. And option two was to replace the road edge replacement and doing some of those soft spots throughout the street. So option one would resolve any issues arising from excess moisture in the roadbed and conditions created due to poor quality of the subgrade. This would address all of the existing concerns and ensures greatest durability and service life, but came at an estimated cost of $350,000. This is the preferred alternative, as the likelihood of poor pavement performance associated with the soft areas is greatly reduced. The second option would reduce the impacts of excess moisture as well, but not resolve all issues created by poor quality of the subgrade, as it would be a spot repair type situation, and treatment of the soft areas is anticipated to have a reduced service life in comparison to the full depth reconstruction, as some areas that have not already been identified may have soft clay silts as well and will not be treated. This is not the preferred alternative, but the cost comes in at $140,000. So based on this scope change report, we did get some questions as well, and answers were included in an addendum, which is now attached as an appendix. So based on the design and geotechnical assessment, as I mentioned, the design was completed by Parsons Inc., which is a professional engineering company, and Gemtech Consulting Engineers and Scientists provided the geotechnical investigation. 8 boreholes were advanced as part of their investigation, and in this process, they spread out those 8 boreholes around the street throughout the crescent to try to get a general idea of what the subsurface is like in the crescent, but they are spaced out. So the boreholes can tell you what the existing structure is of the roadway and all of what's under the road. So these findings then informed their geotechnical recommendations for rebuilding the road and paving. However, during the site visit, the geotechnical engineer observed that once the asphalt was removed, there were thinner or sandy granular materials present in some areas, resulting in some soft spots. So this confirmed the variability of the subsurface conditions, which was noted in the geotechnical report, as they cautioned that conditions between those boreholes, because there's a lot of space, that they may differ significantly. And as for most construction projects, when you can't see through the road, so obviously when you start digging, there could be different conditions, and when you encounter something else on site, you may need to reassess the alternatives. So in this case, based on the extent and frequency of poor subsurface conditions, the team recommends a scope change, including larger scale road reconstruction. So while this is more extensive, the option is comparable in cost with what have been incurred had full depth reconstruction been originally selected. The added cost is due to subsurface conditions that could not be fully predicted in advance. And I will say this is not considered to be a design error. It's a result of variable subsurface conditions that can't be fully predicted unless there were more boreholes or there was another sort of technology that we could actually tell what's underground. And based on the moisture content in the road, that was not predicted, as road subbases can retain moisture during dry weather as we had this summer, due to lateral inflow, trapped water from poor drainage, infiltration through pavement cracks, or any utility leaks. It was discovered that there was clay underground, and clays have low drainage capacity, so moisture can accumulate and lead to significant moisture content that's held in the road even despite a drought. So we know that Renfrew does have a lot of clay soils, but their distribution is inconsistent throughout the town, so this makes the ground conditions unpredictable. And lastly, Parsons did prepare the majority of the tender document. They prepare all of the technical data, and then the town staff actually reviews that and puts on basically the front end of how we want to see the submissions work. And I will note that this was prepared very quickly because of the restrictions for timelines. We wanted to get the project done as soon as possible. So we were asking for approval at the same meeting as well. That being said, the financial aspect of it was not very clear because it was done very quickly. So our original budget for Stevenson Crescent, including 2024 and 2025, was, sorry, I have these stapled together. Sorry about that. Was $742,500. So that was with some carryover for 2025. It started in 2024, and we added a little more budget in 2025 to supplement some of those design and construction administration fees. So we had one scope change at $350,000 and one at $140,000. But that being said, based on our original budget, option one needs an additional $27,623.75 on top of our original budget number, and option two is actually within our budget number. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Revimo.
Thank you. And one of the things I don't think I saw in your report was there old records to review of the original construction? Because what we're seeing, I think, is a bit of a trend. Anytime we do construction in town, we seemingly don't have good information about where lines are, where power lines are, big nuggets. You know, I think of Plant Street here, we did it, and twice it went over budget because there was big rocks found, there were pipes that nobody knew about, and then when we did get down to the end of the street, we suddenly had to run down and do that culvert at Monroe because we were draining into it. So are our records, I'm sort of left with the impression some of our records aren't that good from the 70s. And my second impression is I drove over that road shortly after you took the pavement off. There wasn't much subgrade there. It looked an awful lot like somebody just scraped the topsoil off and paved it. So, you know, I think there's been a problem there for a number of years, and maybe the records don't show that. So a little concerned that when they dropped their boreholes, they didn't catch that, but it didn't look like it was a good road to start with, to be honest with you.
Follow.
Well, and I'm just wondering if we should be considering sending a letter of apology, you know, signed by yourself or council or whatever, to the residents of Stevenson Crescent. First, you know, the first is the apology. Second is a thank you for their patience. And then the third piece would be to explain the issue and the solution, and then what the new timelines are. Because I think, you know, they've had 2 weeks of dragging the bottom of their car over some of that stuff. And so I think, you know, we owe them something more than just completing the job.
Sounds good. Director Bishop.
Through you, Mayor. That's a good suggestion. Manager Shower here beside me, he has been in communication with the residents throughout the project, and he has planned on delivering letters tomorrow with an update. They have been patient with us, but at first it was frustrating because this project was supposed to be only a couple weeks long, and it was not promised to them, but it was suggested that it would be a quick turnaround. And even for the school and any staff that drive in there and the buses, they've been very patient with us, and we appreciate that. We tried to schedule this project for the summer, and it obviously got delayed, but we appreciate all the residents' patience with us, and hopefully we can get this wrapped up soon.
Perfect. Councillor Sapolsky.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and to the director. Not trying to attack, so I'm just hoping to have a conversation if that's okay. But do you have the geotechnical report available, accessible to you right now?
Through you, Mayor. I don't have it open, but I could get it, yeah.
Yeah, and I apologize to my fellow, everyone that's here. You don't have it open. I've pulled it, and I've had the opportunity to go through it with an individual that could help walk me through it, because I don't have the education you do, but I can understand it. And if you'd be willing to play a little game, if that's okay, Mayor Sidney, not a game, but just I want to get my bearings about what we saw. So on the PDF file I have, page 20 is the overhead shot of where the boreholes were, and I'll give you the opportunity to get there, and you can give me the thumbs up when you're there. All right, sorry. So yeah, you can see the 8 holes. I totally agree they were selectively picked, some a little farther apart than others. It definitely is something that we're limited to seeing what's going on. And as I scroll down into the appendices, not the first appendices, but Appendix C, there's a graph that shows what the coarse asphalt looked like, the fine gravel, the coarse gravel, medium and fine, and so on. It's what we use to identify the core samples and the depths that were outlined, because I do believe you sent saying anywhere from 150 to 450 mil was kind of the depths of the fine gravel. So in this particular one, they've identified borehole 1, 2, 5, and 7. So they've picked 4 boreholes to give us a graph. The very next lower graph is borehole 3, and it is clearly indicating, at least from what I can see, that there is absolutely zero coarse, medium, or fine underneath this borehole. It goes straight to clay silt. It's identified in the report that we hit a borehole that went straight to clay silt. And that's okay that we did that. That was the reason that we were supposed to do this. But as I scroll down, I don't see any more information. So they've identified 5 of 8 boreholes, and 1 of them hit clay silt. Where's the other 3 boreholes, Mr. Mayor? Like, where's the rest of the information? And also, to the team that did this, they hit pure clay. Is that not cause for any form of alarm when we're doing our preemptive works to say, we should take another look? We probably should put another 3 or 4 boreholes in and understand, is it an isolated spot? Are the other 3 boreholes of similar consistency, or are they properly done? And the answer is probably that they're of very similar consistency, which is it's built on clay. So I do believe the answers were presented to us. I just don't understand why the option selected was that we did not need to do more work. That's very hard to swallow once this information was shown to me in a way I can understand. So what do we do going forward? This is maybe the reasons why I ask for stuff. Maybe the reasons why I ask for us to go through things. It's not to challenge you or make it more difficult for you. It's just so that when we start dealing with costs of roads, if it's going to be $1 million a kilometer, then let it be $1 million a kilometer. At least we get it done for that. I don't like the intention if we can do it for 400, but we didn't quite figure it all out, and now it's 800. I don't like playing the game. Let's just get it right the first time so that we can make proper decisions and not need to continue to hurt each other in these type of meetings. So the proof is in the geotech. We missed it. What are we going to do to fix it?
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Thank you, Councillor Sapolsky. To the director, I guess, just confirm then, so we talk about we have 8 boreholes, but we're missing 3, and then a 4th one shows clay. Is that confirmed? And then I have a follow-up.
Through you, Mayor, I'll address this one. So 8 boreholes were cored. I think what Councillor Sobalski is speaking to, certain tests were only conducted on 4 of those boreholes, the sieve analysis in particular. So each borehole was analyzed. You'll see it on page 23 of the report. But that specific test was only completed on select boreholes. I think the selection process, I believe, is random. I'd have to consult with Gemtech to confirm that. But I think that should answer the question.
Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. Follow up. And a statement was made, we know Renfrew has much clay. So with regard to that, should the standard be more than just 8 boreholes when we go to do the work? And I'm throwing that out for your opinion, please.
Director Bishop, or whoever. Yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, as stated, staff's well aware. Renfrew is a pretty large clay deposit. I guess the short answer is staff relies on the expertise of these consultants that we hire to recommend what they deem acceptable, and then we rely on that to kind of proceed with the design.
Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, and I appreciate the response, but it seems we're falling short every time, so maybe we should come up with our own standard and not necessarily rely on what the history in terms of what we've been doing, because it doesn't seem to be working. Thank you.
Director Bishop?
Through you, Mayor, I agree. In this instance, we are in a situation where our scope change is very large on a project that we thought was coming in way under budget. We can try to do more geotechnical investigations in the future, try to figure out exactly where these problem areas are, and go through old records and do some more and ask for geotechnical engineers to do more investigation to help us out a little bit. And if, now that we kind of are more aware and this happened, we would go through this geotechnical report and future projects with much more attention to detail. But typically in the past, the geotechnical engineer is hired as a sub-consultant through our engineering consultant. So that's kind of, we get the geotechnical report, but the engineer is actually using that geotechnical report to inform their design, and we're more so in reviewing the design and trusting the engineers in this case. But now knowing this and just some of the things we've come across, we can definitely be more attentive to our geotechnical reports and even be more involved when they're actually doing the testing to see what's out there. We could even think about doing some spot asphalt removal, kind of see if we can see anything as well, just from our public works side. Just to note, the 7th Street project, we did have the 8th Street sewer actually came across the front of O'Brien Variety and was tying into the 7th Street sewer. So we have had a patch on 7th Street at the end that's been all gravel for most of the summer because of the intent of going through and doing 7th. We could just pave the rest, and that particular spot does not have any issue. So it's just certain spots in town I think would be more problematic than others, but we can definitely be more careful moving forward.
Any other questions? Councilor Anderdick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So I'll ask the question, but I don't need an answer. So the addendum was to answer additional questions from Facebook posts of people who posted on a public forum, but yet we're not allowed to know. So I just wanted to make that public knowledge that it's ridiculous, but that's it. I like the comment that was made that staff rely on engineers, that they rely. We hire these companies and our staff are relying on them to do their job. And then staff come back to us and they make a recommendation on somebody that they rely on, and it feels like 9 out of 10 times they're wrong. That's not our fault, that's not the staff's fault. That's someone else's fault, and we never, ever hold them accountable. Ever. That is the most frustrating thing in the world. I do want to make a comment because I've had this question asked a lot. The public are asking, why did we spend the money on doing Stevenson Crescent? So I wanted to answer that tonight because I've answered it on the street, and I don't know if any other councillors have had it. When it came to us, one, we were trying to do shave and pave roads. And we decided this was an affordable one. The school was there, it needed to be done, so we did it. And now look where we're at. We're over double the cost. Okay, I'll let Councillor Spolsky say there's something else to it, but that's what I remember, and it's so frustrating. But here's the thing, the staff just said it perfect, like, we got to fix this, we got to get it done. These taxpayers have been there for a long time, so I just wanted to make my comments known, and yeah, I'm in favor of option one, and it sucks, but let's get it done.
Any other question? Councillor Spolsky?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just to answer the question, I believe I'm right. So within Stevenson, it's a road that needs to get done, and we wanted to get it done before Monroe and Harry major construction got done, because to avoid potentially damaging brand new roads to go fix a road that's farther down the line. That was one of the other final decisions, because the design work and effort going into Monroe and Harry is extensive, and we want to make sure we get everything right and in order.
Any other questions? Councillor McWhorter.
You, Mayor, for Director Bishop. Is there any way that going forward we could do RFPs that are more detailed, what we ask? I mean, we have the right to put in, rather than do 8 boreholes, based on, come up with plans, like for each block you decide you're going to do so many different boreholes. And is that the only, or the best technology to date to use for that sort of thing? Is that what everybody else is using, or is there some new technology out there that's a lot more intrusive?
Through you, Mayor, if that's okay. That's typically what's used in construction projects. I don't know if there's any new technology in the geotechnical world, but we could definitely look into it. And I do agree that we can allocate more money in our design budgets for geotechnical moving forward, for sure. I will note that we have in the budget this year, and hopefully in future years, our CCTV investigation. So this was selected as a shave and pave, which we didn't have the underground investigation. We did do that, confirm that our underground infrastructure is okay. In this case, it's the subgrade that's the problem, but we're trying to gather as much information as we can moving forward so that we can actually select roads that are asphalt rehab only, and we don't get into these situations. So if we can confirm using geotechnical investigations as well as our CCTV, then our asphalt rehabilitation will just be pull off the asphalt and put some back on, rather than all these additional problems. And that's our hope moving forward.
Any other questions? Councillor Degree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. I don't think the process is wrong, because it did pick up a borehole. Like, to Councillor Sapolsky's point, it did pick up one that there was an issue with. That's where they should have started saying, okay, there's an issue here, we need to drill more. Then that information should have trickled up to the engineers, that should have trickled up to the town staff, which it didn't. So I don't think it was lack of information. I think it was, well, yeah, I guess it's lack of information. The information wasn't pushed up properly is what like, the test found an issue somewhere, so they should have drilled more, in my mind, to figure out if this is a widespread issue or just certain area or whatever. But that's where I think the miss is. They knew there was a problem, they just didn't extend it, and they didn't pass the information up. So then our directors, when they're explaining it to us, we're getting false information. So that's how I see it anyway.
It's frustrating, isn't it? Any other questions? Revimo.
So further to the director's comments about Manager Shower is sending out a letter. Is that letter to come from council, or is it to come from staff, and is it to apologize and thanked them, and then secondly and thirdly outlined what the problem was and the potential timeline to rectify it. Because it was essentially a decision made through the auspices of these chambers that held it up 2 more weeks. So I think, we owe something for that.
Oh, I agree. I'll do a letter for sure. Councillor Anderdeck.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. And to echo Reeve, I think a letter probably from you would be beneficial. I'm pretty sure they're having a watch party right now tonight, and they're watching this. So I think they know that we do care, but I think a letter from you to all the residents would be beneficial.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff, for your hard work and putting up with everything. Moving on to Downtown Renfrew BIA. That the Committee of the Whole received the Downtown Renfrew BIA sign update report as information. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, second by Councillor McDonald, and I'll turn it over to Clerk Garrett.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Sidney. The information report provided to Council is basically going through some of the notices of motions that were put forward back in June. We did have a delegation from the BIA speaking here with regards to their traction and awareness signs, and a request was made from Council to support and to aid assistance in getting those signs put up. Also, there was a request at the next meeting that was made by a representative of Council who sat on the BIA to bring forward a request to install, I guess would be the best word, a historical sign at the entrance to the trail. And again, direction was given to staff to work with the BIA to move that project forward. So just as an information report to Council, I just wanted to provide an update on the status of both of those. Staff have confirmed with the Downtown Renfrew Business BIA, both on the custom design of the historical sign that was noted by the councillor at the time, and it was clarified that the design that was put forward on the agenda package that night was not in keeping of what the BIA was kind of hoping for. In fact, what they wanted to do is rather than use town branding, they were actually looking to use their own unique branding. So that took off a requirement of making sure that the town's branding policy was applied to the BIA's policy. So once we cleared up that little miscommunication, we did discuss with them the option and the location of where they were thinking. It is strongly believed that the area best suited for the sign is County of Renfrew property. What we have suggested and encouraged is that they discuss with the county and go out there and actually physically be on site to determine the best location. Once they've determined that, and once we've confirmed that it is county property and or the town, however it is strongly believed that it is county, that we can move forward with a sign permit and then get that issued and get them moving along on that project. So that's with regards to the historical downtown, or historical sign that they were looking at the trail. With regards to the awareness and attraction boards, again, working with the BIA, we have determined that as part of the sign permit process that they are to submit their preferred locations, kind of their design specifications and their install requirements, and again that's all part of the sign permit process that they need to undertake. So we've kind of directed them on how best to submit those applications. Most of the property, actually I think all of the property that they had previously identified during their delegation is on town property because they are a board of council, us as them as us, and we can, if it's on town property, we can move forward. However, again, ensuring that they're going through the proper sign process. So that is the update to council. Again, bringing back the information in regards to those 2 motions that were made, and as I like to say, closing the loop on kind of getting that process rolling and underway.
Councillor Legree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So Clerk Garrett's trying to be nice here, but I take responsibility for this. I was the one that screwed this up, the information coming to council. So I apologize to council and staff and the viewers. Back when I put the motion forward, the information wasn't mixed up that I had stated, so I just wanted to apologize for that. So thanks, Clerk, for getting this straightened out.
Thank you. Any other questions? All in favor? Carried, thank you. E.6.2. That the Committee of the Whole confirm the preferred date excuse me, for structured town hall to be held during Ontario's local government week, October 14th to 2025, and further the council identify and approve the key topics to be presented at the event, and that staff be directed to proceed with planning, promotion, and coordination accordingly. Mover, please. Councilor Dick, second by Councilor Degree, and I'll turn it back over to our clerk.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Sidney. As part of our 2025 corporate work plan, Council identified the need to help deliver a structured town hall on key topics selected by Council. Town halls overall are a valuable tool in fostering public engagement, transparency, and meaningful dialogue between residents and their local government. Structured town hall does provide an opportunity for staff and council as well as the public to address key municipal initiatives, gather community feedback, and strengthen that trust in council decision-making process. The report that we have before you, it was thought that coming up in October from the 14th to the 20th is actually Ontario's local government week. We thought that would be a great opportunity to have a structured hall during that time. The event kind of is in line with keeping the province a wide initiative and reinforces the importance of civil participation, but also a timely platform to showcase the work of council and staff and determining strategic priorities as we move forward into budget. So before council, council had already approved the process of making a structured town hall, and that was part of the, as I said, the corporate work plan. However, we are seeking council's direction on preferred date. So I have three listed. Tuesday, October 14th, it would be a morning session beginning at 10 a.m. or 10:30. Wednesday, October the 15th, which is an evening session beginning at 5 p.m. or 5:30. Or Monday, October 20th, which would be a daytime or evening time, depending on council's preference, noting that there may be overlaps with budget discussions as we are looking to schedule the budget committee sometime thereabouts, although a confirmed date has not been given. In addition to council direction on the preferred date, we are also looking for the topics of the event. Keeping with our strategic plan, we have listed a number of suggested topics. It is recommended that one or two topics be kind of focused on to allow adequate timing for public engagement and discussion, as well as the presentation and material that needs to be provided and gathered by staff. So of the preferred topics, again, this is all based on our strategic plan. We're thinking either sidewalks, so preferred level of service for maintenance and future construction, waste management, options for curbside delivery, or different components of just our waste management in general, especially as contracts come up for renewal. Road prioritization, so identifying priority and prioritizing road improvements within the town. Recreation activities and services, so the types of programs, the events, the facilities, etc. Bylaw services, and this would include like level of service and overall approach, so reactive versus proactive. So those are the ones that have kind of been listed that, again, I say go back in keeping with our overall strategic plan. However, I'm open to council's direction on how they wish to proceed.
Any questions? Councilor Degree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, and to the clerk, I will be requesting a recorded vote, sorry. So I'm not in favor of this. I'm in favor of a town hall, but not structured. I don't want to see one or two topics picked where people can only talk about that. I also don't want to see staff being hammered with questions and stuff like that, but I think the taxpayers deserve to be able to answer questions. I've seen this happen in Pembroke a few years ago. I think it was to do with budget, where they had an open town hall and people came in and talked and everything went smooth. To pick one or two items that they can talk about is not right. Their taxes are going up a massive amount every year. They have a right. That's what we signed up for, to answer the questions of the residents. And I think it should be, my thought is I won't support it the way it is. If somebody wants to change it or put a motion on, I would like to see council up there answering the tough questions and the director's teams. And if it's fine, if somebody doesn't have an answer, we take the information down and we get back to everybody. But to be structured where there's only one or two things, I'm 100% not in favor of it. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, to you, and I'm in full agreement with Councillor Legree. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Anderdick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. I'm just going to ask for some clarification, because I know this has happened to us before. Through you, Mayor Sidney, to Clerk Garrett, she mentioned that council voted on this already to do a structured town hall. Is that correct?
Clerk.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, yes.
Okay, thank you. However, Mayor Sidney, we're allowed, as council, we're allowed to change our mind if we choose to, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. So in saying that, I love this idea. I love the idea about the town hall. I love the idea about the open house. I love everything about there, but I have to agree it has to be a true open house. Council, we signed up for this. We have to answer the tough questions. I honestly believe people will be respectful. I honestly do, because it's not on Facebook. So I think the people coming are going to be very respectful, and they're going to ask some tough questions. And us as councillors, we signed up for this, and I think we should be able to answer them. So I'm in agreement with all this, but I don't think it should be structured. Just one more question, Mayor Sidney, through you, probably to the clerk. So are we only doing one day, and how many hours are we doing that for?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So for the structured town hall, which is the motion that's currently on the table, the recommendation would be one of the 3 dates proposed.
Okay.
Our procedural bylaw basically gives a timeline for meetings up to 4 hours plus a 1-hour extension. Because this is kind of classified as a meeting, I would say we're sticking within that time frame. Public meetings in general do have an extended time frame, which somewhat can be unlimited. However, in this case, because it is classified as a meeting, you would be sticking within the 4 hours based on procedural. It would be my take on it. The other thing I just want to clarify is there is a difference, and I just want to make sure we're all clear on what we're talking about.
Yeah.
There is a very big difference between a town hall, whether structured or unstructured, and an open house and or public meeting.
Okay. Follow up.
Yep.
So okay, yeah, so now this is a game changer to me. So I'm not okay with all of us sitting here like this and people coming up and asking us questions. I'm not okay with that. I'm okay with an open house and we're all kind of walking around and people want to talk to us and have open dialogue, and we have the directors in behind us kind of floating around, where I'm like, I don't know about 8 GO holes. Let's go talk to Director Bishop about that. I don't know what we're trying to accomplish here. So yeah, I'm kind of lost now.
Councillor Legree.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So I can explain what I picture is Mattaway, where we have a table at the front and council sits up there with the director team, and we have a mic sitting in the middle of the floor with chairs all around it. People can come in there and sit and listen. They can get up and ask questions. They can write their question if they don't want to get on the mic. Write their question, give it to the clerk or a staff member, and they can read it. And then we answer it as council. If we don't understand, if it's something to do with roads and I don't understand, none of us can answer it, then I would direct it to Bishop. Director Bishop, or chief guest if it's fire, or they may want to say something. They may want to put their input in. Or it could be a question just for me. Councillor Legree, what's your thoughts on this? We're here to answer to they're our boss. At the end of the day, the residents of the town of Renfrew are our boss. We cannot structure what they can say. It's ridiculous. And the only way I'll support it is the way that I have suggested it.
Okay.
Councillor Sabalski.
You, Mayor Sidney, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm cutting you off.
Sorry.
Is that okay? Yeah. All right.
Sorry about that.
I like exactly what Councilor Legree just said. I think that's what I was thinking. But as far as timeline and dates, because I'd like to get that in there, one day, 2 meetings, one in the day, one in the night. It's a big day. It's a big pull. It's a lot of information, but 2 meetings over the course of one day so that people during the daytime have an opportunity and people during the evening have an opportunity. It's not singled out to one.
Councilor Dick.
Mayor, sending through you and probably to the clerk, what's Clerk Errett's idea visualized? I think we need to hear what her visual of it, because I have my visual, Councilor Legree is his. What was Clerk Errett's idea? Take the structure and non-structure away. What was your idea?
Clerk.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. Ultimately, I'm at the mercy of council as to what council decides. I would say that unfortunately, separating what a structured town hall looks like versus a town hall is 2 very different things. A structured town hall, I would say, would be set up in a forum where, whether it's in this room in a horseshoe or in Mattaway at a table, it would provide, if there was a number of topics that were selected, it would provide opportunity for staff to engage and gather information regarding those suggested topics. A presentation would be given with multitude of options and discussion points and everything else, and then the floor would be open to members of the public to receive comments, questions, concerns, anything related to those topics. That is, by definition, what a structured town hall would look like. Obviously, if questions are raised during that town hall, though, if they can be answered on site, fantastic. If they can't be, then those questions would need to basically be gathered as a Q&A and then released publicly. And that would be done regardless if the question is answered at that moment in time or not, only because, again, for the full transparency, it would be preferable that every member or every resident in town be able to access those questions afterwards. A town hall, an unstructured town hall would, into Councilor Legree's point, could be set up again in a horseshoe setting like this or as a table. I would say that questions or concerns that are raised that as members of public come forward, it is highly unlikely that answers are going to be able to be given on site. It would be more a collection of comments, concerns, and questions, and then that would be released as a Q&A afterwards. However, should council wish to address questions on the spot, that is absolutely council's prerogative at the time. I think it would be challenging for staff to answer questions. However, I don't know what questions are coming forward, so we might be able to answer them on site, we might not, but typically in those situations, it's a Q&A, the information's gathered, and then it's released. And an open house in a walk-around situation, as you described, is a very, that is an open house. That is, we do them for design projects where we have an open house with information available and people can ask questions of staff, kind of look around, see, have conversations. It is a very non-structure, sorry, I don't want to use the word structure again to confuse it. A very open forum that is usually used during construction projects to gather feedback.
Councilor Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. And so now I'll just talk to my fellow councillors. I think we're kind of in a pickle because I do agree with you 100%. I really, really do with both of you. But I think what's going to happen, and I don't know which way I'm leaning yet, but I think what's going to happen, we're probably going to get 50 questions. We might be able to answer 10 of them. That would be my fear if we did this. And then in my opinion, that's kind of a failure because we're not really answering the questions, because you said it, Councilor Luger, you said, if we don't have the question, we'll get back to them. So I'm kind of now, I'm flip-flopping a little bit. Do I want this to be a success, or do we want to do it? Like, I agree with you guys. So now I have one question, Mayor Sidney, and this might be to the CAO. Just argument's sake, because it's probably going to happen. Can I do my own town hall as a councillor? Can I book a room, put it on my social media and say, hey, I'm doing a town hall. As long as I'm not representing the corporation, am I allowed to do that myself as Councillor Andrew Dick?
See you.
So say, I would have to double check the code of conduct. There, you'd have to definitely, if it was possible, you would have to start off with that every comment is not necessarily representative of the corporation as a whole or council as a whole, as a single individual. But I would have to refer to the clerk on the specific rules in the code of conduct there.
Look.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, and to Councillor Dick. So what I would suggest in a situation like this is that you reach out to the Integrity Commissioner directly. Unfortunately, I can't provide you advice on that. I can say on a procedural end what I would think. However, because you want to make sure that you do not breach code of conduct, right? So I think if you are there in the capacity you're there, I think you just really want to ensure the guidance of what you were allowed to say, the information you receive. I'm not discouraging it because certainly, and we're going to see more and more of this as we move into elections, right? Anybody who's running for elections is going to want to seek out public opinion, determine, what the priorities are of the community. I would urge caution, especially as a member of current council, on how you do that. And so if you would like me to help coordinate discussions with the IC, I certainly can do that.
Okay. One last comment, and then I'm gonna stop. I have heard what my fellow two councillors on this side of the room have said in their support, and I support that. However, I'd like to hear the other side, if they have any options, and then I will weigh my decision on which way I want to vote on this. So thank you for entertaining me there for a while.
Councillor Gray.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I'll just add one more before we go to the other side. So I look at it as most of the questions, I think, will be directed towards council. And I look at no different than all candidates night, where we all stood in the stage at the rec center and people asked us questions and we answered them. They want to know what we think and why we voted on this and why this is. So I feel it's exactly no different than, yeah, some of the directors might have to answer some questions, but it is what it is. So that's how I kind of look at it. Thanks.
Councillor McWhorter.
Through you, so Mayor, so just my 5 cents on this. I totally get where my fellow councillors are going. I think it's a great idea to be transparent and answer all the questions. What I could see potentially happening is you got 7 councillors on a stage in front of a table, and somebody asks a question, and all 7 councillors want to give an answer. You're going to get possibly 7 different opinions. And in all fairness, guys, those are opinions. None of us are engineers, and none of us are environmental specialists. So when someone asks a question, it's our opinion that we're going to be giving, and you're going to have 7 different opinions. And you could have one stronger voice out of the group, and the others may not get heard as often. So how are you going to determine who answers what questions? I mean, somebody asks a question, you get 7 different answers. And somebody asks another question. It could take a long time to go through 50 questions if everybody's answering the same question. And I can tell you with 7 different people in the room, you probably have 7 different opinions, possibly. And none of them are going to be expert opinions. I myself I'm not an engineer, and I'm not an environmental specialist or anything like that, or the town clerk. I don't have that expertise. So I'll be giving my opinion. So I see a fault there. I'm happy to sit up there and give my opinion, but I think ultimately you're going to get a lot of good questions from people, but we may not be as, not being experts, we may not be able to answer most of them other than give our own opinion. And that's just my opinion.
All right. So, any more questions before I? All right, so I'm going to ask the clerk, because now the motion reads one thing, and because it's part of the corporate work plan, you can't amend it. So it either needs to be, and I'm going to get clarification, we either need to vote this down if you don't want to do the structured part, and then do another motion, I believe. Is that correct, clerk?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. Yes, the current motion on the table, which is in keeping with Council's approved corporate work plan, is a structured town hall, and the details listed with regards to direction on preferred date and topics. I would say that that could be put to vote. If it is defeated, a new motion can be put on the floor to consider a town hall with a more open structured. It would still be nice to get direction as to preferred date.
Is there any particular date that is better for other people? Revimo?
Unfortunately, I'm only here for the morning of the 14th and the evening of the 15th. I have things in London previously booked, and then I'm on at Parliament Hill on Monday, Tuesday of the next week.
Mayor Sidney, I'm absolutely not available on October 15th in the evening. I can do the 20th in the evening, which personally I think the evening's a better one, but I can't do the 15th at all. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yep. Sorry, I was just looking at the calendar.
Sorry. Through you, Mayor Sidney. So I'll throw another piece into this. Like October 14th is in like 3 weeks. And we haven't even made a decision yet. Like, I don't think that's enough time to figure out what we're doing, organize it, get it advertised so the public knows, and get back. So none of these dates for me work. I also like Councillor Sobalski's idea, where it's not just one. I want 2 meetings because people work shift work. So none of this really works for me personally, just because I don't agree with it. So, thanks.
Councillor Andredick.
So I appreciate Councillor Agree's comments on what he just said, but we have to vote on this. Do you not think we should vote on it, then pick a date and time? I think that's what we should do first. Let's vote on this motion, Mayor Sidney. It's up to you, obviously. Then we decide on a date.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? All right. So you want a recorded vote? Based on the motion of the structured town hall. Turn it over to the clerk.
So based on the motion that is currently on the table and requested by Councillor Legree, I'll start there.
Not in favor?
Councillor McWhirter?
In favor.
Councillor McDonald?
Not in favor?
Councillor Zabalski?
In favor.
Councillor Andredick?
In favor?
Revimo?
In favor, because there's no alternatives.
Mayor Sidney?
In favor.
Motion is carried 5-7. Oh, sorry, 5 out of 7. 5-2. My apologies. So because the motion stayed on the floor, the direction was to determine preferred date and preferred key topics. I would suggest that that discussion be put on the floor, or deferred.
So I agree with Councillor Degree that kind of short notice. I do agree it needs to be 2 for shift work. What's like the last week of October?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, and not to interrupt, the motion was during governance week.
All right, so it has to be that week. Which is what? March 20. So, Councillor Andredick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. I feel very confident in Clerk Arrett's ability to get this done and market it and out there with the help of our communications officer, who's communicating right now about this amazing thing that's going to happen. I honestly feel Monday, October 20th in the evening. I hear what you're saying. I'm fine with 2. I'm fine with doing it in the morning on October 20th and in the evening, if so choose, but I think we've already voted on this, so we have to go. And as for the 2 topics, I think an email and just we do a straw poll through an email tomorrow to make life a lot easier, because we could debate this all night.
Councillor Green.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I'm just wondering if we can, I'm still trying to get back to the residents, not to 7 of us decide this. Can we do, and the communications person, we just had a chat about this earlier today, can we do a survey on it to the public? I know this is time delayed again, even more, of topics that they want to hear. I don't know, like topics they want to hear about. I'm trying to put this more in the residents' hands and not us, like this is what you can talk about and this is when you're coming. And so I don't know if we can do like a survey, or not a survey of topics maybe people want that they can bring in or not, but just a suggestion.
Clerk.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. If I look ahead to the meeting, if I'm roughly looking at 3 weeks, based on, I'm not sure, did we come up with a preferred date? I do want to ensure that based on the structured hall, there was a component for staff to create options and to do a presentation so that people actually understood what the topics were about. So allowing enough time with that, I would say that if a survey is to be released, the turnaround time would be very quick for responses. So if communication went out tomorrow, I would think that the preferred topics would need to be chosen by the 30th, whether directed by council or whether based on popular response by survey. I think from there, you're drastically limiting the amount of time to gather the information based on that. And I will note that engagement on the survey in a tight timer frame is often challenging.
Councillor Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. I'm going to be devil's advocate here and kind of be firm. We voted on this. It was passed. We need to make a decision. And then if we decide to do what Councillor agrees, I think a motion needs to come forward. We need to debate it. I'm just going to say my 2 cents. Here it is. I think Monday, October 20th in the evening is a good time. I'm looking at the 5 options, but out of the 5, and I hear what Councillor Agree's saying. He wants to hear what the people want to talk about. I think we all can agree they want to talk about roads They want to talk about roads, and they want to talk about recreational activities and services, and they want to talk about bylaw. So I take those 3, and then I take a look at the great job that the recreational department's doing. Non-stop recreational activities are happening. Every day there's something new. So then that just cuts it down, because I think waste management and sidewalks is probably lower. I vote on C and E, Monday, October 20th. Let's move on. My thoughts.
Councillor Swalski.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I don't want to see any restrictions on topics. Open them all up. My preference would be pick them all. Bring everyone in. Let's answer the questions. We've got a good team here. I've had them answer questions for me now for 3 years, and very rarely, unless extremely challenged, do they not have some form of an answer for me. So I believe they could probably answer the public as well, all topics.
So are you saying the ones that are listed here, do them all?
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Dick.
Mayor Sidney, through you, we voted on this already. I'll say that again. We voted on this. The vote was 5-2, and in the package that we just voted on, it says select 1 or 2 topics from the following list. We voted on this. Now we're venturing off it.
Yep. So, Revimo?
Sure. I agree. 2. And then also, what I'd suggest is change the Tuesday, October 14th council meeting and make it this meeting and have it during the day as well. And then change the council meeting to another day. Because that's a day that's already cemented into a lot of our calendars and staff calendars as well. So rather than start moving stuff around.
Oh, it's changing. No, it's not. It's in there. It's right there.
So, October 14th, move the council meeting to a different day and have this twice, once in the day and once at night.
It's fine. Enjoy your holiday.
All right, so October 14th,
At 5:30 or 10.
yeah, what times? Do you want to do like because there could be a lot of questions, so you want to do it like the one in the morning at 10, so that you get a break before we're getting more questions at 5, as opposed to in the afternoon and then going. Okay. And topics? Anybody have?
I said mine.
Anybody else have input on that?
For the sake of making sure we get out of here before midnight, I'll say roads and sidewalk.
Of course. We meant to say C and E.
So we've got sidewalks, roads, and bylaw. So, as options. So we need to drop one or pick some different.
Oh,
I think we can probably all agree roads.
Okay.
Fair to say?
Yeah, roads for sure.
You're the tiebreaker.
there you go. Thanks for coming in.
Well, I sit on mine. I don't want to look smarter than you guys. How about I go with sidewalks?
Done. I changed my vote to sidewalks now.
Okay, so we're good with sidewalks and roads.
No.
As a newly minted senior citizen, I appreciate that.
All right, you good?
Through you, Mayor Cindy, and just so I'm clear on council's intent, that staff are directed to proceed with a structured town hall on Tuesday, October 14th at 10 a.m. and resuming again at 5:30 p.m. And that the preferred topics that will be brought forward will be regarding sidewalks and roads. Is that correct? Can I have
Yes.
a mover and a seconder?
Moved by Councilor Dick, second by Revimo. Any other further questions? All in favor? Opposed? It's 5-2. Pardon?
Oh, we didn't have to vote on that.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, for procedural, you're providing direction to staff as council. It's best that it be recorded as a formal direction to staff.
All right, moving on to E.7.1. That the Committee of the Whole recommends that Renfrew Town Council approve the suggested amendments to the alternative working arrangement policy and further that the appropriate bylaw be brought forward. Mover, please. Councilor McWhorter, seconded by Revimo, and I'll turn it over to CAO Rabo.
So the report is before you. The next policy in our schedule is the alternative working policy. The only real changes that are being suggested are more administrative or individual update for the personnel changes. The only real additional clause is that when reading through, I noted that there was no approval level at the CAO, which should not ever be left in a policy, that there should always be some sort of approval level for everyone. And so it's just been written in on how that would go about.
Any questions? All in favor? Carried. E.7.2, that the Committee of the Whole receive the closure of investigation report as information. Hoover, please. Revimo, seconded by Councillor Legree, and I'll turn it back over to CAO Rabo.
So my report is again before you. This report details out the long process that was taken in regards to the investigations, and we have now reached conclusion of those investigations, and the matters are now deemed closed.
Any questions? I'm just going to remind council if there's any statements being made to remember the amount of confidentiality that goes along with this too. Just, Councillor Degree?
Through Mayor Sidney, I just want to read a statement. So I truly believe that this council has done everything within its power to bring forward the facts surrounding the Mattaway expansion and to expose the years of poor governance and contributed to this situation. I understand that many residents are frustrated and want to see further action, including charges, and I fully agree. Unfortunately, we've reached a point where continuing to pursue these outcomes would cost time and resources we no longer have with no guarantee of results. We must now focus on moving forward and making the most of the facility we have, the MyFM Centre. At this time, I recognize that many in the community are struggling with far more immediate concerns, like how they'll afford groceries next week. That reality weighs heavily on me. To those residents and to all of Renfrew, I urge you to read the third-party report and draw your own conclusion about who is responsible for the situation we're in. I strongly believe that the expansion was rushed, prioritizing deadlines over financial responsibility, and that this came at a cost to our residents. The second ice pad and gymnasium could have been built at a significantly lower cost with proper oversight. Moving forward, this council and future councils must be far more conservative and transparent with public funds. Every dollar matters. If you haven't watched or read the third-party review, I encourage you to do so, and please remember this when the next election arrives in 13 months. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, and to you. This is perhaps the most devastating financial occurrence to our town. I believe it requires all of council to be in attendance for all voices to be heard, and I'd like to apologize to Councillor Sobalski and Councillor Dick. Had I thought of it at the time when we were in closed session, I would have requested the decision to be put off so that all of council's voices could have been heard. So I apologize for that. I think your voices would have been important. I'd also like to apologize to the citizens that they've had to experience firsthand the horrific tax increases. This council was handed a garbage sandwich, and we were required to navigate this town out of it. I am satisfied with the third-party review, which illustrates the state of operations for the town, staff at staff and council level. I will reiterate, I do not accept personal responsibility for Mattaway, and we've done our best, or I've done my best, to try to navigate through this. And what I would like to do is, this is to the clerk, can we have the December interim report also added to the agenda? We were missing that one. And again, there was only the final one, and I'm asking the December interim report to be put in there. And much like Councillor Degree just stated, the citizens can do their own review of it if they so desire. Thank you.
Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Cindy, and just to Councillors McDonald's request, the direction can be made by council to have that added. However, I would urge caution. It was intern findings and therefore not the final report. The information is on the website as to the final report, but intern findings are typically a draft form and don't reflect necessarily the final comments, recommendations, and so forth. The final report stands as a final report. However, council as a whole can direct otherwise.
Councillor McDonald?
Mayor, follow up. Thank you. And I'll just leave it up to the floor whether or not they want it. Thank you.
Councillor Sobalski?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Sidney, I won't elaborate. I've been informed tonight that my Facebook post has been shared and read by many people, so my comments can be viewed there. I'm disappointed, but it is closing of a chapter. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Underdick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. My fellow councillors, they know where I stand with this. They've known for 3 years my frustration with this whole thing. It was unfortunate that I wasn't able to attend the last meeting. I had an emergency come up that I had to deal with right away. So that's, life happens. I'm super disappointed of this report that it is now closed. I feel I don't want to put council in a hole, so I'm going to speak on my own behalf. I feel I could have done more. I could have maybe debated my fellow councillors into believing what I believed. However, that did not work. So to that, I failed the taxpayers of Renfrew, because from what I hear on the streets, the people wanted someone held accountable. And I think I've said that word many times tonight. No one is ever held accountable. And this is just another straw, another feather in the town of Renfrew's hat, that no one is being held accountable for what happened. We can read reports, we can assume, doesn't matter, no one was held accountable. Yes, there was a tax increase over the last 3 years due to this. I do agree with the fact that if we were to move forward, much staff time and resources and taxpayers' money would be used to move forward with this. Again, I failed the taxpayers by not being able to debate my fellow councillors into believing what I believed in, and that's sadly the way democracy works. We're a table of 7. We vote that way, and again, super disappointed that this is coming to an end. I'm not happy about the situation. In saying that, we're going to close it. Tonight it's closed, and therefore I will support that decision. I will not like it, but I will support it, and we will move forward, and I believe it's time to move forward. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none. Revimo?
Thank you. So, through you, Your Worship, to the public, I have apologized before, and I will again. I asked a lot of questions. If you look at the report, I asked the most questions. I didn't ask enough questions, obviously, because it didn't go as well as it was supposed to. Period. And now that this report has come forward, this allows a little more freedom, I think, for me to speak. We were trapped in a model that held nobody accountable, and that was a model with the mixed or shared CAO model. And Steve Fournier said it perfectly, where he said everybody was responsible, but nobody's responsible, when he talked about the 5 managers model. And just as an example, at one point when we were doing some job performance things and trying to weigh jobs, I put a question into it, and to get the 5 directors to tell us how much time they spent doing CAO functions. And so then, because that was right in their job descriptions. And so when we got it back, it only ended up to 66% of the time. So they hadn't checked with each other and just threw down a number. So that was a clear indication that there was no unified vision going forward. It's not well known, it is to you, but I made 4 attempts to get on that executive committee with the senior managers, because again felt they weren't working together as a group. They had no shared vision, and there was some question about the value that the town was accruing from all of them as a group, not individually but as a group, and was rebuffed at each occasion by the senior managers. So there were attempts made, but they weren't enough. I can go back to the special committee that was struck. The terms of reference that I wrote were deemed to be adequate to have answered all the questions. And if you looked at the terms of reference and you compare it to the questions that I asked in earlier on, and then again that were in Mr. Tremblay's initial job description and performance indicators, the 26 things that we wanted, those were all talking about the lack of reporting, the lack of detailed plans, the lack of coordination, and the lack of a vision. So it all came together, unfortunately, with a poorly executed plan, and it's really unfortunate. You know, you think of the number of questions that were answered or asked individually and in smaller meetings and then in public, and the answers were either given without much thought or the answers were false. And I have to leave it at that. And that's unfortunate. It really is. You know, this is something that's bothered me continually. And to the third-party review, there were some components that were useful, but for the most part it was poorly written, because for someone that was preaching that you needed no written documentation, there was no written documentation outlining most of the general statements, and didn't fulfill the contract. One of the terms of the contract was that they would compare us to our neighbors. There was no section in there that talked about what the current, what neighbors do and neighboring municipalities do. So that I found that interesting. And there was also a bias, and the bias was it was a staff bias. Some, 3 staff members. So they were very unwilling to review the then CAO model and see how it contributed. They just blew that off. And they also didn't document properly their findings and their information, so that I'm not sure we gained full value from it. So there are other things. There were some good things in it, and I think when you take a look at the Public Works Recreation Review, and you take a look at the Finance Department review, and you take these, I think there was something like 270 recommendations, and I think we put in almost all of them in place. There was a lot of those that made sense and modernized the operation. So I think we got value. I don't think we got the correct value. And so I think maybe the authors got tied up in their in a reputation or persona as a gunslinger that could slay the giant, and forgot to do the job, because they certainly didn't deliver to the fullest extent as was expected. So, I think the third-party review reflects, in a lot of ways, Mattaway itself, and so that's unfortunate.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I'll just end it off. I have apologized numerous times and taken a lot of the heat. Are we happy with the outcome? Probably not. But I think it's fitting on my end to just make reference to something that actually happened tonight. I understand that Mattaway is a far larger number than Stevenson Crescent, and I get the impact it has on the community, and I do apologize for that. But when it was mentioned in here tonight, that this council made the decision based on the information given to them by the experts and the people that were in charge, and based their decision on that to go ahead and do this project, and then it doubled. And yet, the comment was made that it's not council's fault and it's not staff's fault. But for some reason, this one is my fault, because I made decisions based on the information given to me by the experts that were doing the job. So I just think I need to make that comment. Am I glad it's closing? Yes. Do I think we have a fantastic facility in the town that is going to enhance our town? Yes. Do I think we have staff that are pulling off some amazing programs? Yes. Yes, it's expensive. Yes, it's over budget. Yes, there was a lot of messes in it. But this council doesn't seem to have to, it's not their fault that we're double the budget. So, and I think I have the right to say that because that was said tonight. So it's not a debatable thing. I just think it's, for 3 years now, I've been pretty much community hanged every week. So, should somebody be responsible? I think everybody's responsible. So that's just my opinion. Councillor Degree.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I just want to touch on that quickly. I think it's two different situations. I think when you're talking about the road project, we took information from engineers and people that do that job. I think with Mattaway, the information was coming from a rec director that she's put in charge of it. So I don't want to debate this. I just want to, it's two separate things. Like we're taking information from professionals that's what they do. But yet a rec director built a $30 million, $50 million, $60 million facility. So I'll leave it at that.
There was engineers though. So anyway, review. We're getting off topic too, so go ahead.
So actually, the rec director didn't build it. He left when there was only about $3 million in the ground. We built the rest of it. So just a small correction.
All right. Before we end up going way off topic, any other discussions on this report? The report? Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to say this. No one was held accountable.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I'd like to directed towards when you say the word we, do you mean this council? I absolutely don't accept that. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Review.
Okay. I don't accept, you don't accept.
Okay. All right. All in favor of receiving the report? Okay. So all in favor of receiving the report? As information. Opposed to receive it as information? It's carried 4-3. All right. Now, the Renfrew Town Council rise from Committee of the Whole. Mover, please. Councillor Gee, seconded by Councillor McWhirter. Any questions? All in favor? That's carried. Let's take a 5-minute break. Welcome back, everybody. We will continue on with external boards, committees, and county reports. County of Renfrew Council Summary, August 13th and 27th, 2025.
Thank you. Of importance, quickly, is the page 2, and it talks about the analysis of the Renfrew County Housing Corporation portfolio. So you have a hot link to that, and there is talk of a 24-unit property. Yeah, I'll just leave that. Next, you go to the 261 new childcare spaces on page 3, the bottom page 3. It shows where they went. Some of them went to. The 94 that were just recently let back into the public spectrum. Page 4, you take a look at the Sierra team. 87 deployments to date this year, and so that's double the 44. So the Sierra team is where they go into the bush to pull people out. So whether we have people who aren't being respectful of their own limitations or unsure of where they're going, they're getting hurt, and it costs money to go get them. And that's what I have to report.
Thank you. Moving on to Renfrew County Notice of Decision. Review?
I'm sorry, it is essentially what it is. I can't really offer much more than that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just didn't know if you wanted to touch on it. Renfrew Hydro shareholder summary. Anybody wants to comment on that? Councillor Sabalski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Again, my comments will be simple and straight. The Renfrew Hydro Group is a well-oiled machine, and all their updates are always professional and to the point, and they're on budget, actually just a little bit. They're doing better than budget this year, so if there's any questions on the report itself, don't be shy to reach out to Steve Head himself. He'll answer any questions that you may have.
South Ottawa Valley OPP Detachment Board minutes. Councillor Gray?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. Just for the viewers, I just want to remind everybody that since this is the first time the minutes are actually starting to trickle through to councillors, on April 1st, 2024, the province changed the structure of the Police Services Board across Ontario to detachment boards. So prior to April, the town of Renfrew had its own standalone police board representing just Renfrew. Now, after April 1st, the board is comprised of all the municipalities that the Renfrew OPP are responsible. So under Renfrew, there are 7. Renfrew, Arnprior, Admas and Bromley, Greater Madawaska, McNabb, Braeside, Horton, and part of Whitewater Township. Each municipality has one representative on the board, and in Renfrew's case, I'm the board member. Today, attached to your package, you have 3 sets of minutes. Also, along with the board minutes is a commander's report attached to each set of minutes, and this will come forward with each minutes. The report will show you at a high level the current incidents compared to prior. So this is a good report to show council if there's any spikes anywhere. This report was developed to be able to be shared with the public also. And just to note that the report is for the detachment area, so all 7 municipalities, and it's not yet anyway drilled down to just Renfrew. We are kind of looking at that, but for now it's for the all 7. And then just lastly, it's with great honor I can announce that the new inspector, detachment commander for the Renfrew detachment, so Mary Ann McNeil has been officially appointed inspector as of last Monday, I believe. The board has been working with Inspector McNeil for the past few months and is looking forward to working with her in the future. So that's it.
Thank you. Moving on to items for consideration and support, G1 proclamation. This actually was supposed to be on the September 9th meeting. It's already happened, but we'll do it anyway. Whereas substance use disorders continue affecting the lives of individuals, families, and communities in the Ottawa Valley, and whereas many citizens and organizations labor to remove the barriers and stigma and discrimination, and whereas increased health is a real, available, attainable, sustainable, and ongoing journey in our community, and whereas together through our personal stories and our shared experiences, we demonstrate the outcomes possible, and whereas we choose to celebrate the many diverse pathways to increase wellness that enrich all of our lives, and whereas we, the people of Renfrew, say in unison, we support recovery in all its forms, now Therefore, be it resolved that Renfrew Town Council hereby proclaimed September 19th, 2025 as Recovery Day here in the town of Renfrew. Mover, Councillor Andrew Dick, second by Councillor Legree. Any questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Any correspondence for discussion? Correspondence? Confirmation of minutes? That Renfrew Town Council confirm the minutes of the regular and special meetings of council dated August 26, 2025, and the closed meeting minutes of August 26, 2025, understanding that they remain confidential. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor McWhorter. Any questions? All in favor? It's carried. Matters arising from Committee of the Whole. That Renfrew Town Council adopt the final resolutions considered in Committee of the Whole on August 26, 2025. 1. That Renfrew Town Council adopt a parkland dedication bylaw to implement the parkland dedication policies of the official plan. 2. The Renfrew Town Council authorize the Mayor and Clerk to sign the Municipal and First Nations Automotive Material Services Amendment Agreement. 3. That Renfrew Town Council not enter into an agreement for the recycling calendars with Circular Materials Ontario. 4. That Renfrew Town Council approve option 1 being approval for staff to sign the intention to negotiate with Neptune Technology Group Canada to commence the initial stages of the project for the water meter replacement as approved through the 2025 capital budget. 5. That Renfrew Town Council repeal the Town of Renfrew's mandatory retirement policy. 6. That Renfrew Town Council approve the establishment of a property standards bylaw working group, and further that staff bring forward draft terms of reference for consideration. And 7. That Renfrew Town Council adopt the ditch filling policy, and further that staff be directed to bring forward the appropriate bylaws. Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. Excuse me. Could you remove 7? I don't agree with that one, and I'd like to vote against that one, please.
Okay, so anybody, we okay with 1 through 6? Okay. So I need a mover for the 1 to 6. Councillor Legree, seconded by Councillor Andrew Dick. Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. And the next one is that Renfrew Town Council adopt the ditch filling policy, and further that staff be directed to bring forward the appropriate bylaw. Mover. Councillor McWhorter, seconded by Councillor Sobalski. Any discussion? No discussion? I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's 5-2. It's carried. Matters arising directly from the Committee of the Whole. That Renfrew Town Council adopt the final resolution considered in the Committee of the Whole on postponed September 9, 2025 meeting held on September 23rd. E1. 2. That Renfrew Town Council approve the award of contract 2025-10 LCRS for the Phase 1 repair upgrades to Mattaway Park Ball Diamond Lighting to KU Power Group Limited in the amount of $99,975 plus HST. E.5.1, the Renfrew Town Council authorized staff to proceed with the award of the construction of 7th Street project to McCrae Excavating Limited in the amount of $400,215 excluding HST, and further that staff negotiate project scheduling with the contractor. E.5.2, the Renfrew Town Council authorized staff to proceed with changes to the scope of work for the Stevenson Crescent reconstruction project in line with the recommendation of the town's geotechnical consultant by undertaking full-depth reconstruction and drainage improvements. Mover, Councillor Andrew Dick, second by Councillor Legree. Everybody's good with doing them all? Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on to bylaws. That the bylaws listed on the agenda of September 9th, 2025 be read a first, second, and third time and passed. 77-2025 Parkland Dedication Bylaw. 78-2025 execute an amended automotive materials service agreement with Automotive Materials Stewardship Inc., AMS. 79-2025 rescind the mandatory retirement policy. 80-2025 adopt a ditch filling policy. Mover, please. Revimo, seconded by Councillor Legree. Any discussion?
Sorry, Mayor Sidney, and through you. Do we pull the ditch bylaw again?
through you, Mayor Sidney. That would be a decision of the member. However, council did previously as a whole approve the policy to come forward. So if you are wanting to vote against the bylaw, then it's your prerogative to pull that.
Thank you for clarification. I'd like to pull that because I want to vote against it, Mayor Sidney. Thank you.
So we'll do 77 to 79. We have a mover. Yeah. All right. All in favor? Carried. Bylaw 80-2025, adopted ditch filling policy. Mover, please. Councilor McWhorter, seconded by Councilor Sobalski. All in favor? Opposed? 5-2. Motions of which notice has previously been given. Why isn't this working? Nope. The Renfrew Town Council directs staff to submit a request to the boards of Renfrew Hydro Incorporated, RHI, and Renfrew Power Generation, RPG, to determine the feasibility of increasing the annual dividend payouts to the shareholders of the town of Renfrew. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhorter. Any discussion? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. The background, the town of Renfrew is the sole shareholder of both Renfrew Hydro Incorporated, RHI, and Renfrew Power Generation, RPG. As such, the town receives an annual dividend from these corporations. As the sole shareholder, the purpose of this motion is to strengthen accountability and transparency to the public and to support the town's long-term financial sustainability. And it's very straightforward, and I'll leave it to staff to submit the request. I think it's important for the public to understand we have two councillors assigned to both Renfrew Power Generation and Renfrew Hydro Incorporated. The RPG is Councillor Legree and Councillor Dick. RHI is Councillor McWhorter and Councillor Sobalski. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other notices of motion?
No.
Oh, sorry, I need a mover. Yeah, sorry. I need a mover for... Oh, got approved? Okay. All right, sorry.
M's already been dealt with.
Yep. So M's been dealt with. There's no closed. Confirm.
Did you call a vote?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, sorry. My apologies. All in favor of Councillor McDonald's? Do you want discussion? Yes. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and just to comment on it, so although it's worth reviewing, you'll find out that, I'm assuming you'll find out that the regulations that the OEB has over top of these electrical entities, these local small distributor companies, is pretty strict. And although you could probably get more dividends, we're going to have to increase operation costs, which is probably what's going to come to us, and therefore our residents would end up just paying more in hydro, hypothetically. So it's something to look into, but I see it being very difficult to get more out of it, but it's worth a try.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to Councillor Sobalski. Thank you very much, and I'll leave it up to the boards of each institution to have those discussions and sort of appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. All in favor? Any other questions? No? All in favor? Any opposed? One opposed. So 6-1. Confirmatory bylaw.
It's not on the agenda, line order. However, through you, Mayor Sidney, and just to address Councillor Dix, understanding that the notice of motion section was already dealt with earlier in the agenda. If you missed your opportunity then, guess what? There's another meeting immediately following this, and a notice of motion can be put forward at that point. Good?
Yeah.
Yay.
All right. Moving on to confirmatory bylaw. The Renfrew Town Council adopted the confirmatory bylaw 81-2025, and that it be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, seconded by Revimo. Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Upcoming meetings of council. Regular council meeting of September 23rd, 2025. will be immediately following the adjournment of this one. Economic Development Advisory Committee, October 14th at 10 a.m., and we are now adjourned at 9:26.